Hello. People. So both of my frickin' main Windows machines rebooted, stealth rebooted last night. So that's great. Microsoft doesn't update unless you want it. Well, yeah, they fucking don't. Oh, dang, dude. I forgot there was more ground layers. No, we'll do num ground layers max. All right. All right. We're going to move this. Why do I do game development? Because I feel like it. It's what God put me here to do. I said it hits you why you started programming. I don't understand. If you try to ask a more coherent question, I could try to answer it. I have no idea what video you're talking about. All right, let me check on my chime off. Hold on. Unfortunately, my normal chai isn't here, so I'm going to try some old box chai that's about 2 weeks past its expiration date. We're going to see how that goes. Okay, so we're going to make a little reset function for these. Because the entity manager calls reset. Okay, so we're doing some stuff there. I think we can get rid of all this water radial force, but I want to... Oh, dude, we have local modifications. What's going on? What local modifications? I thought I was going to start doing something new. Oh my God, I have a lot of local modifications. Oh, this was for grid square stuff. Wait, this was for a bunch of stuff. What is going on? Okay, I did... Okay, we still compile. I need to check all this stuff in. Oh, this is like some ocean hole mesh stuff and whatever. And displacement. All right. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff that I've been working on here. Okay. Fuck. All right. Dude, why does merging stuff suck so bad? Okay, I guess this means we keep going. I don't know. All right, this is not opening for whatever reason. Anyway, let's make sure we didn't leave on any weird debugging stuff. TGA is live. What's my game of the year? Braid Anniversary Edition is my game of the year. What do you think? Okay, definitely. These are not helpful. All right, hold on. Maybe I'm going to have to revert this because probably a bunch of stuff has happened to this shader. I didn't mean to keep it checked out for as long as I did. Okay, so it's just the displacement stuff. Okay, so I guess what happened is all this shore ripple stuff was taken out, but it was confusing. But what about the old frag depth? Well, all right. So let's try that. It's not about just grammatically correct. It's do I understand what you're talking about? There's a video talking about his levels. Said it hits me why I started game design. I have no idea. I have no idea what you're referring to. Sorry, I can't help. No idea. I mean, I vaguely remember talking about it, but I don't know what I was saying at that time, and your description does not really remind me. So, like, that would have been a year, more than a year ago, right? All right. So we're running, we got an ocean. We got this thing. The rivers still look weird, but that's fine. And we're working on it. All right. Cool. Let's just check all this in. Right, so we're not, the depth thing isn't turned on, no. Okay, good. You're having an existential crisis. Why? What is the issue? God damn it. Dude, I hate conflicts in... Okay. I just said update, and now it says user cancel. What are you talking about? So conflicts in Subversion suck, dude. I mean, I think they suck in everything. But, like, I just got done solving this problem, and now I have to remerge for some reason. That, like, it was already in conflict. All right, I guess it merged again. Let's take a look at it. What else happened? All right, so nothing disruptive, hopefully. Let's just run again now. Like, conflicts always suck. They don't have to. It is actually quite possible to do a good job with conflicts. It's just literally nobody ever does. I mean, you know, if it's a random ass like binary file that nobody understands, then of course conflicts are going to be hard, right? But for just a regular text file full of code, you could do a tremendously better job than anyone bothers to do. Let's try again. Like, I guess if you conflict twice over subsequent updates, the update doesn't do anything, and then you have to update again after you resolve the conflict. I think that's what happened. It's stupid. It's like not at all what you want as like a working thing. Fuck. Here's where failures cascade, because we have hundreds of thousands of files and Subversion is way too slow when you do that. So like having a no check-in is like, you know, costs you an extra 30 seconds. See? It's just so needlessly frustrating. Okay, that was my new one. All right, we got that. So my goal for today, what I'm trying to do is just some internal architecting to make the ocean rendering more coherent. We're not really going to make it look better. We're just going to change the way it works so that it works better in more complicated situations. Basically, the code that was written a long time ago assumes that there's like approximately one ocean map entity per level, or that you would want to do one particle simulation per ocean map entity. And that's probably not true, because for ease of editing and stuff, we have multiple ocean map entities on levels. In the overworld, we have over 100 right now. But we only want to simulate and render like ocean particles for the little bit around the screen anyway, because otherwise it gets crazy, when you zoom out. So I'm just re-architecting where the buffers live. Like right now they live on this ocean state, which is on the frickin' ocean map entity. And, we're going to move that to over here. What kind of problems did non-determinism cause? Do you mean in the simulations and stuff? So anytime you do a well, it depends. What do you mean? What do you mean by non-determinism? Because there's different things that could mean, depending on exactly what question you're asking. Let me check the chai again. I don't know how much I like this. Like, the milk has an expiration date that's like next week, because it's modern supermarket mega chemical milk, that means it's like 6 weeks old or something. And it just tastes a little bit like, yeah, this milk is close to the expiration date. But it is the milk that I have. Yeah, why is Epic Games? Oh, because Microsoft rebooted my computer. That's why Epic Games thing is running. Okay. So, our goal is just to move. Okay, I'll show you exactly what is the goal. Let's change our... This is our junkie test level. So none of this is supposed to look good yet, but like there's several kinds of particles happening here. If we peek down below the ocean, there's this sort of ambient particle that's happening, that's sort of the dim ones. And then there's these bigger ocean flow particles, like visual particles, that eventually will look better, but they're sort of like the depth of the ocean. Probably we would have more, if I'm being honest. We should have probably at least 4 times as many or something. Anyway, because you want to like see material like flowing as they go, and it would look better than this, right? And then on top we have these ripples that are being drawn into sort of a height map, and then that's getting normal mapped on, and they don't look good right now. Um, for some reason, those ripples look worse than this one up here, even though like they're the same texture. So we're not doing a good job when it gets small or something. But all that's fixable. And the lighting, you know, the way we're blending the normals is very temporary and all that. Okay. But the point is, the way that these particles go, the color particles, not the normal map particles because they're different, but the color particles, the way that they go, and also the surface color of the ocean, you see it very obviously switches to these light blue rectangles. Those won't be rectangles eventually, they'll be a nicer shape. But the way that all that is working, you know, we switch between river particles or non-river particles and between the dark blue and the lighter blue, depending just on the value of some, uh, you know, array that we upload to the GPU, right? And that array works fine when there's one ocean map entity, like here, there's one. But on a much more complicated level, like the overworld, you might have a lot of them, right? So I'm just restructuring it so that it works that way. So we could have a lot of these ocean map entities, and they could all contribute to the buffer. And how should we do that? Well, how about if I just change this level to have multiple ones, right? And we'll make sure that works. So we're going to have this. We're going to have another one over here. That's got, I don't know. We'll do like a do. Oh, no, we don't want to go there. And then we'll go on to this one and go over, and we want these to match up. All right, so, that's a different, that's a different bug that's on my to-do list, but it kills the game. That's not good. Oh my God, what? I don't want a rat hole on a different bug. Okay. Yeah, okay. So here's what happens. We edited the level, and there's undos in the history about changing ocean values that are off the map, right? Okay. We edited the map since this undo state was put into place. Let's just ignore this change. All right. All right. So we're just going to do that. We're just going to not do that. Might not be the only thing that has to I hate these fucking all things water comments. Fuck you. Like someone went through all the code and put a bunch of comments like for the all things water revamp this and that, and then the work never got done to an appreciable level. So the comments make me angry because I am now here doing the version that can ship with the game. Okay, there was a question about determinism. Let's go back. You were talking about changing the water particles to be fully deterministic. Well, okay. So fully, let's say closed form and not deterministic. Closed form is a bit of a misnomer. But deterministic just means that if you run the program multiple times, you get the same thing, right? Like that's generally what people will think it means. But these ocean particles that we're talking about, like the ones in the river, the color particles, this is a weird thing because I didn't do the non-color particles this way. And we'll see. We'll just see how it goes. The ripples are not done this way. But the whole reason, so by closed form, I just mean every frame, you just look and you see what the particle state is, and that's what it is, right? And it doesn't maintain the state from frame to frame, so it's not exactly simulating it forward in time in the same way as particles usually are. It's a lot like the braid particles. It's exactly the same, actually. So there are some negatives to that. So like you can't really be affected by the environment in the same way as particles that are getting simulated over time, right? But on the plus side, that means that when we want to go render particles for a patch of ocean that's moving from, so right now, here we have a stable level where the camera is just in one position. But the thing that we actually have to optimize for is the difficult thing, which is a big overworld with, hundreds of screens or something, right? And in that case, you kind of don't want to be dynamically reallocating particles as you move around the map and all that. Right? So if you imagine that you had a classical particle simulation where, you're storing the state of every particle, and I move from this screen to another screen like 2/3 to the right, but you could still sort of see the screen to the left and the screens on the north and south, then it's like you want to do some buffer operation where you copy those particles that I could still see like over, but then you respawn new ones for the new territory, but then you have to make sure you have to like run sim steps on the new ones to pretend like they were there the whole time, right? And that stuff, that's kind of crappy because you're doing all these memory operations, including memory on the GPU. You're doing all these CPU and GPU operations to like simulate the particles really fast. And it could be hard to do that without frame hitches, right? Whereas this system that I did last week or whenever, I mean, it's not polished to where, it looks totally good yet. But this system, completely stable performance. There's literally no if statements or allocations in it at all. As you go frame to frame, obviously the setup has that stuff, but as you go from frame to frame, nothing, right? So it just means it's not going to be like Unreal Engine 5 as you walk around. That's all. What's my reaction saying it's ready for production? I think by many people's standards, it would be ready for production. I mean, what would happen is, if we put up the source or something, there'll be a bunch of people doing changes and stuff right away because, like, we don't support something or other, right? But by most people's standards, it's ready for production. However, I'm going to hold on to it a little longer just because there's some major things that we really want to get right. Because once you make something public, it's just really hard to change core language semantics. And we're like our next update. So as soon as I finish this water update, I'm going to go work on the compiler stuff this weekend and ship the next update, hopefully. And that has a major, major, major change that, like, I don't think people's programs will have to change that much, but it's a major change in that the power of the language goes up substantially, and people's like restrictions on things that people were trying to do in certain categories go away, right? And so we're still doing that stuff. There's like a list of problems that I'm still trying to solve, and that's one of them. That'll be checked off with this next update. I mean, the major part of it will be checked off, and then there'll be little iterations and bug fixes on that, I'm sure, because it's kind of a scary change. I'm not going to lie. Maybe it won't get done this weekend. It'll get done soon. But there's still stuff like that. So there's this change. There's just making it better to call into DLLs and libs that are in that programming language. Like if you call into C or whatever, it's fine. But if you call into our language, we have this context, and the whole point of a DLL or lib is it could have a different context, and you have to manually map it right now, and that kind of sucks. So we want to figure out something for that. And then the macro system, I want to get better. And then the fourth thing, I won't say what it is, but people who are in the compiler discussion maybe know what it is. And then once that stuff is done, I think it's ready for production by my standards. Yeah. I mean, we're using it to do production quality stuff, right? So like I showed these screenshots last week, but let's do this again. Oh, level sets, right? I mean, this looks pretty good, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the force field and the buttons are temporary. They still got to get replaced. But let's go to the this frickin' level is the one of the screenshot Saturdays that I posted. I think that looks pretty good. I think if you sit down and make an entire programming language and a new game engine and a new game, and the first generation of what comes out of that process looks like this, you're doing pretty good. So, yeah, I'm happy with it. It just took a long time. Okay? Sorry. Definitely the best looking block pusher. Yeah, we don't have the budget of like Cyberpunk or Black Myth Wukong. So we have a measly 3 people on our art team right now. So that is a thing. Or Indiana Jones. We might play some Indiana Jones tonight. I don't know. I have downloaded it. We'll see. But anyway, like we're hanging in there. It's tough times in the game industry, but we're hanging in there and finishing this game. So anyway, when I go back to this level that looks shitty, just keep in mind it'll be at parity with this screenshot that you see. That's the goal, right? We're laying the technical foundation, and when you're doing the technical foundations of things, they don't look as good. Those 3 art people going to be crunching. I mean, maybe, but also we kind of have the process down mostly. I mean, the water is a little bit in flux because we're changing the features up, but for everything else, the process is kind of figured out. All right. Anyway, so what I'm doing is just some structural changes, and it might be a short stream. Like normally I would eat dinner and then do the stream, but I wasn't hungry. But if I get hungry, I'll run out and get food at like 8, which is in an hour 15 minutes. So we'll see. If I don't get hungry, then we'll just keep going. Game seems long enough so you could release early and patch in the art for the last levels later. Um, if it comes down to that, it comes down to that. But we're gonna try to finish it up. Okay. Anyway, so now on this level, you saw me do the edit. There are 2 ocean maps now, and so um, right now it's it's actually working, I guess, because these don't overlap vertically, but it's doing the whole particle sim and render thing twice, right? Now, the only issue, the only reason we don't want to keep it this way is because we could actually have water that overlaps vertically and stuff in more complicated levels. And you kind of can't, because the flow map is 2D. Um, well, let me think about this before I go changing everything. Yeah, I mean it's still the right thing to do because um, like we just want to keep one for the big complicated levels. Okay, there's like the overworld, which is big. I've showed people before, but let's like load it. It doesn't currently render correctly. Actually, it is rendering okay right now. No, okay. So like here, you sort of see this extra phantom river particles, and you don't see them here. Why? It's because some stuff is interfering because we've got so many oceans or something, right? Okay, so this is like the size of the current overworld, and like, let me select. I don't know if I have a convenient. So like that right there is one screen, right? Spoilers. So and then that, if you look at the particles in the middle there, that's how many particles we render at one time. So, the total number of particles in the level is easily, I don't know, 80 times that or something. Or actually a lot more than that. And so if we end up allocating a lot more buffers than we need and running a lot more simulations than we need, that's like not good. And let's just see. So let's lock the frames. I actually wonder if we are running those sims right now. So these are FFTs to generate the new wave shapes. That's what Tobias is working on. Shore map. I don't know why we're re-rendering the shore map every frame. That doesn't. Well, okay, I kind of do. Is there a water shader, which is more expensive than it needs to be? So I don't actually see the compute shaders for particle simulate. They're in here somewhere. All right. Anyway, or maybe we have to put an explicit markup around them. I don't remember how the GPU profiler works. I think we do, but I would expect to at least see generic particle simulate calls. Anyway, why didn't I make Minecraft? Is that too complex for me or creatively out of my scope? I would like to recommend to you a game. On this stream, we play Zachtronics games very often. And Zach Barth has this game called Infiniminer. You could go play that. It's an old game. It's from before Minecraft. You can just play that and try it out. And then you could ask Zach why he didn't make Minecraft. Will I be on stage next year at the Game Awards? I don't know. Nobody knows the future. Nobody knows the future. You should have a single Uber shader probably. That is not true. That is not true. Yeah, why didn't I make Fortnite? Why didn't you make Minecraft? Anyway, so this is sort of my last chance to decide that I really want to do this, but I think I do. So I think we're committed, and we're just going to do it. It's just seeing it work so well right here is like making me think. Like the lazy part of my brain is kicking in, or not necessarily the lazy part, but the part that's like, do you really got to do this? You know, like, could you get away with not doing it? And not, it's not lazy because games are an infinite amount of stuff that you have to do. So if I don't do this, I would do something else, right? But I think I do got to do it. And I think it makes more sense to restructure it this way. So this is what we're going to do. All right. All right. So here we have this buffer, but also I think we want these over here. So basically the ocean map is it's gonna have like a hash table of its current river tiles and stuff. But we're gonna so this thing is just a CPU data structure that's got some vectors in it that we fill out, and then we convert that to this buffer, right? Um, okay, I'm just gonna take the pane. So this now no longer works. Do I put an initialized on that? All right. So here we go. Init right? And we probably have an init function that put the init ocean. See this thing that's doing some buffer stuff? Who's calling that? Update river tile flow. So this was like ensuring that things are initted. So for now, we're just going to comment this out, but we'll see. Because this doesn't do anything. Oh, shoot. This does. Okay, never mind. We're going to leave this for now just to be conservative because it's doing this flow map thing, and the flow map, or no, not the flow map, the distance field, that's a totally different thing. Okay, but yeah, like we were making one particle source like for each. It's just not good. So we're going to move all this out of init ocean. We'll call this init ocean flow buffers. We're just going to be very explicit. We're going to put this code in there. That code's not going to compile yet because nobody knows what that's about. All right, but what I'm looking for is probably in Sokoban. Yeah, so here, this is after reload. Do post load graphical things. So we're going to init those oceans. And then we're going to do init ocean flow buffers manager. Why are we doing ocean.entity manager? Manager, comma, manager ocean flow buffers. All right. So, here, what do we do? Actually, when we reset here, we're going to say it.initialized is false. All right, we're just going to reset all these. Okay, so here, so this make interior particles ocean has to change. Because we don't want one particle entity per ocean. It doesn't make sense. Because like I said, the particles is like a window that moves around with your camera, right? So what we're going to do is do this. So we're going to pass in the entity manager. We don't have to because it's in the context, but whatever. Okay, so we're not going to set the orientation or the scale. We do need a source ID for now. Because of the way some other stuff works. All right, so hold on, we're not. I don't understand why. Oh. I never finished that thought. So we're just going to set this, except there is no initialized on buffers. That was why we didn't do that. Okay. If manager dot by type ocean map. This is like, are there any oceans on the level? Okay. So we're going to say ocean, dummy ocean. We're just going to take whatever the first one is. And yeah. However, we want to choose a position. All right. we're going to make a position. Manager dot. I'm sure I have a shortcut function for this, but actually we don't. I'm going to do that. So we're going to do this. This is just the grid. It doesn't have to be at origin 0 or whatever. It's just the grid that's used to organize all this stuff. And then here, oh no. You know what? Actually, this position will change. We don't need to set position. I think we already change it every frame, so I don't even know. This is just like what happens when there's legacy code. You start getting confused. All right. So we're going to pass manager buffers dummy ocean. All right. So we make a particle source, world space coordinates, ocean interior type. We set a material, and this is like some crap from the old shader that's stupid. And that's a thing, but okay. So now I guess we're setting... All right, well... So now we're going to say buffers dot ocean particles equals P. So we're going to have one for the whole thing, and it's just going to pop around. I mean, not visually. Ocean particle source. All right. So in theory, that happens. Here, we're not making for a particular... Okay. Did we... So when we call this, we didn't guard it, right? Yeah, we just say init ocean flow buffers. So we're just going to say the particle source entity should get destroyed when the level is unloaded. Just set it to null here. We don't actually want to use a particle source entity. But again, that's how this code was originally written that I've heavily modified, but I haven't gotten to replacing that part. We don't need an entity. We just need like a buffer on the shader. But again, I don't want to rat hole like one thing at a time, right? So particle sources, oh no, it's ocean particles. Buffers, ocean particles is null. Okay, so all right. This is some other code that we're not editing right now because we took ocean flow buffer off the ocean map entity, which is also being referred here. So let's just look at this. So we don't need this. We don't need this. We're going to assert that we're not initialized, except again, we don't have an initial, like, dude, I have to delete all this water radial stuff. It's like a bunch of structs that we're not using anymore. All right. Oh, is new ocean? Oh my God. I have to delete all this. We're going to have a fun stream where I just delete all this stuff. All right. But first, we got to do this structural change. Init. What am I looking at? Ocean flow. But it's hard to find my structs because of all the other structs. Yeah, so we don't have that. We're not going to worry about it. It's fine. Okay, so we can assert that this isn't there, though. Why did I call it? Let's call it... yeah, I don't know. We can rename that later. All right, so we assert that that's not there. That's our way of saying that we're not initialized. And we're going to assert... Okay, you know what? I had put one buffer per ground layer because I was being complicated. But like, let's not even do that. Like, what do you... I don't need that. Because like I said, it pops around every frame, and right now we only draw one per frame. So we're going to say, you know what? Let's call it particles instead of ocean, because the ocean word is redundant. So that's particles, and that's particles, and that's particles. Okay. And then all this, what happened to the buffer? I didn't copy that. So there's just one, guys. There's just one. All right. Okay, see how it looks better and better as we go? I am starting to get hungry. We might take a break in an hour for me to go get some din-dins. Okay. So, let's just look at this. Let's just say grid is manager grid. All right. That'll just, as we go through and correct this, you know, we could change that later. I think we don't need this. Buffer.usage prefix. Okay. So now we're still going to complain about this old code that's in a different file, probably. Yeah. So, okay, we don't have ocean state at all. We're just going to assert that, because we don't want, like, one coding style is that you could call init as many times as you want, and we just won't do anything bad if we're already initialized, right? And sometimes that makes sense, but I think if you do that too often, it just leads to like lack of knowing what the hell is going on, right? So I prefer not to do that unless it really becomes a necessary pattern. So here we're like, look, you're not initialized. You call init once, and then when you destruct the whole level, that'll take care of resetting all this, and it all makes sense, right? Okay. So we really don't need an if there at all, is all we're saying. Yeah. So then we do this, we do the dummy ocean and do that. So this is the way I program a lot of the time. So you'll notice I started typing a bunch of code, and then I didn't like how it was coming out. I thought through it, I restructured it and all that, right? I don't sit down and meticulously plan, you know, a UML diagram code map situation because if you haven't actually done it yet, even for little stuff like this, like I know how the system of the whole game works, but this, it's like I could change my mind as I realize more things about what I should be doing. I could change my mind about what I'm doing, right? And you might say, oh, that's an inefficient process because look, you changed the code and that took longer, but I didn't spend any time planning. So it's actually a lot faster. It's really one of the secrets of productivity. And you end up with a higher quality thing in the end, right? Okay. Is there any support for inheritance or struct functions? A little bit, but not in the way you probably think. What's the XX? XX is an autocast that casts things to the destination type. It's like a just make it work cast. All right. XX is probably not the best name for it, but there's reasons why it's called that. Okay, so let's go look at this stuff. This is the old rendering code for the ocean map. Okay, well, here we're destroying the buffer. We don't need to do that. The flow data, we don't need to do that. The active river tiles, we do want to leave on there. And the distance texture, I don't know what we're going to do about it. We'll have a conversation about that at a different time. So now this flow data is on the buffers now. So we want to reset that here. All right. Okay, so let's do the memory involved operations first and then whatever. By the way, one of the things that drives me nuts, so when I write code, I use vertical space as, you can't tell because we're wrapping right now, but I use vertical space as a kind of a semantic separation, right? Of like, oh, these things are together and they're relevant to each other and all that, right? People who don't do this, their code just looks like fucking trash to me, regardless of how it's indented and all that. Just in case you ever work on one of my projects. All right. So here we're saying compute flows for the ocean map, and this is doing two things. It's updating the river tile info in this guy's hash table. And it's updating the other thing. And what I'm going to actually do, this new river tile info, I'm going to put a dirty on it. Into the shader buffer. Okay, so anytime we modify this at all, we're just going to set dirty, and we're going to scan it every frame for now, because there aren't that many of these. There's only as many of these as actual river squares, right? Which might still add up on the overworld, but later, instead of just marking it dirty, we can maintain an array of which ones got dirtied, right? But I don't want to do that yet. We're like many layers deep in this thing. So that'll default to dirty equals true, so we don't even need to set it here. Now I could set, nah. All right. So we want to sort of copy this out. We're going to put, this is code that, like, we're not even making it syntactically make sense, right? We're just copying it out. Yeah, we'll deal with it. All right, so there's this part here as well. These are the things that we need to move into this global buffer instead of this per ocean buffer. And I'm just going to delete all that from here. All that we need to do here is make the river tile info. That's all that we're trying to do. Okay, so now what else? Anyone else who sets direction and magnitude, right? So here we go. You know, maybe we don't even need to maintain, because we have this global dirty. So like, if we have that for the whole ocean map, I don't know if we need that. You know, we're thinking about it. All right, so here, this is like another copy of this like logic that has. Okay, so, but here's some magnitude calculations that we actually want. Okay. Wait, did I delete the other dirty? Oh, oh, I see. Yeah, whatever. We're not going to, we might want to put, so we have a dirty here because I moved it. We don't have one on the ocean state anymore, which is where this came from. And maybe we actually want this over there. But again, we can just iterate and check for these until it works, and then we could optimize that out. Again, the train is barreling forward. We don't want to stop it. All right, so that's fine. Now, 5. Oh, wait, state ocean. Okay, hold on. Ocean flow data is the other thing. We don't want that. Oh, new info. It's. Okay. So we're going to do this. If there's a tile info, we're just going to set dirty to true. I'm regretting this per tile dirty. Doesn't matter. It'll be easy to deal with. So that's not even a thing. All right. Why don't I just edit line 509? Okay, so this is resizing the flow data, which is elsewhere. So that's part of the code that we have to remap. Okay. If state.ocean flow data dirty, this is in beam simulations. It's in render, I guess. So here we're doing update the buffer. Okay, so instead we want this to be, do we have, we gotta have entity manager. All right, so we're gonna have buffers manager.ocean_flow buffers. If buffers.flow data dirty, buffers.buffer, and then manager.grid.numSquares. Buffers.flow data.count is equal to manager grid numSquares. We're going to do that and that. So this is confusing a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. Set buffer. Buffers.buffer. All right. Why did it's still called buffers, plural, even though I changed it to have one buffer. Whatever. It's fine because in my brain, the S is helping me know which variable is which anyway. Okay. So we're setting the actual buffer address so that the shader knows where the data is, right? But down here, we're doing all this grid stuff. And, you know, like we did before, I'm just going to do that. And then the rules are a little bit different because this is the world space grid, but I'm going to cast to float there and cast to float there. So this is so that these are setting variables so the shader can look up, you know, the shader is going to have some world space coordinates for where it wants to sample, and it needs to be able to convert that to an element in this array, right? And so we're just setting this variable to like, where are these things? Wait, is flow buffer, are those actually integer variables? Did I screw up? Yes. Okay. So we don't need to cast a float, just there. And this cast will actually tell us if it overflows. All right. So, because it would be weird to have these be integer and these be float, but for some reason my brain was thinking that these were float. All right, so we set those constants, and this is not ocean.grid. This is just grid now. All right. So here, we actually let's just do this. We're just going to do that. We might eventually dynamically turn this off or on. Like on a very big level, you could be walking around between areas that have water and areas that have no water. And if you have no water, you might want to turn off simulation. But we're not going to worry about that right now. So we're getting rid of the reliance on the ocean entity because, again, this is like a global thing. This doesn't have to do with any particular ocean entity, all right? This is a pretty big revamp. So, like, why did we need the ocean entity here? Just, again, for these coordinates. Oh, there's the default sync. Oh, that's the only thing we need it for. Okay, so we're going to do this. Okay, we don't have to do this. So many changes, guys. This is going to be a slog. I'm telling you. All right. So if we have a per screen camera, like I said, we make this. This is defining the bounding box of where are we going to simulate particles on this frame, right? And so here is when we just have a subset of the level following this around. But if it's not a per screen camera, we just simulate the whole world, which here used to mean one ocean at a time. But we're going to do the same thing here. Wait, are these U-third? That's so weird. All right. That's again, I just like factoring out the grid. Okay, grid. Okay, now get sync. This is a little bit tough. Okay. I'm realizing I have a problem. Dang it. So, you know, I'm visualizing that the ocean is just sort of moving around with you, right? But the problem that we have right now is, or not the ocean, but the particle simulation window, right? Which is totally fine. The thing is, we do not have a z value. Like, if everything is at the same z value, it works fine, because this old code, it had this z0 and z1 stuff, right? And that just meant, you know, where that was constant for one ocean entity, because an ocean entity is a plane that's flat in z, right? But now we're saying we want to be able to have oceans, and, you know, I was saying we had them at vertical levels or overlapping, but in my mind earlier when I was thinking about that, I was just thinking about things that are like way off the screen from each other and stuff. But actually, we do have places in this game, including, you know, regular one screen levels, where you're at multiple z coordinates. And so to finish this, we're going to have to support multiple z coordinates, which again, I don't think is a problem. Hopefully. There might be some very weird overlaps, but I'm hoping not. And we can do this, like, you know, we have this buffer that we're writing the ocean directions into and stuff. And we can just put the z value in there. That's fine. And then, you know, if you're a particle, we just snap you, instead of having a global z value in the shader, we have a per square z value. And all that is fine. I just don't want to do that right now, again, because we're very deep in this refactor. So here's what I'm going to do. Ancient programmer trick. Whoops. Arbitrary and discontinuous z values. Oops, this is discontinuous. So, like, this is the thing. If the problem is too big for you to handle right this second, fine. Like, look, we know most of our levels just have an ocean at z equals 0. So, like, let's just do that. We'll get it on the screen. We'll get it working. And then before we check it in, we'll augment that thing with a per square z value. But that's a big enough structural change, again, that I don't want to derail myself, right? So anyone who's programmed for at least a few years and isn't a total lazy person, right, has gotten into this situation where you start changing stuff, and then, you know, that propagates to this thing and that propagates to that thing. And before you know it, you've torn everything up. And like early in my programming career, I would have times where it was like 2 weeks before I could check something in again. Very rare that I would let things go that long, but like sometimes it was just terrible that way, right? And there's an art to making things more incremental so that you don't have to commit to rewriting the whole world. Because if you do get that far into a rewrite, and then you realize at some point, like, oh man, this is really hard to debug, and I can't like diff it versus something that was working because there is nothing like this that was working. And I need to go work on some other urgent issue that someone else on the team is having, but that's very hard because, you know, my code's all modified. So I have to like make a whole other copy. Like, it's just not, you want to stay away from all that stuff. Okay. So, where even are we? So I was modifying this function to be about things. All right. Wait. Grid is, oops, all these times I said manager.grid. What's it called? Is it called proximity grid? It's called proximity grid. All right, fine. We just got to change that. Is that this one? Yeah. So we also did this in here. Let's put this up here, and then we can use that. All right. Oh, whoops. Okay, it's not a pointer. That's okay. That's how you know I did that code very early. Usually now I don't heap allocate and point at things if I don't have to. But because it was very early on, I didn't know how it was going to go in this whole language. Boofers. Dude, the boofers. The boofers. Now we also have undeclared identifier manager at 420. Okay, 883. Buffers. This is buffers. Simulate ocean interior. So we also didn't ever change this, right? So fill ocean part. This is this thing that we were just editing that does the bounds, right? I never changed. It was in my brain to change the calling site, and then I never did. So simulate ocean interior manager. Dude, I don't know why this machine is so goddamn slow at running the compiler. I've tried everything. There's something just broken about it. I don't know. Beam simulations, 299. That's literally the line that I'm on. Okay, it's frame. It's stored on frame. Like what? What is it doing? Like even to start, look how long it takes even like that first line that says running one user code hook. That happens very early in the compilation process. And like it takes like 2 seconds to get, I don't know what the computer's doing. And I don't have time to figure it out. Maybe it's sending it to the new Microsoft AI. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? Can I do that? Okay, this seems wrong. Who wrote this? All right. See, the problem is I run streams on this machine, and now people think the compiler's slow because of this. Get bounding box. What was this for? This was to place the particle the bounding sphere around the particle source. But we shouldn't use an entity to do that anyway, because we have the bounds here, all right? So instead of this, so this part is fine. Wait. So the z is fine. All right, so this is... All right, so we're just going to do this. Which is like more correct anyway. All right. So we got center and radius, and then we do all this. And that's just for visibility calling of the particle source. Okay, 465. Ocean.entity manager. Okay, so we just passed manager. Easy. Do we use ocean anymore? Here. So here, we just change that type of, right? Because the reason we're asserting on the type is because the APIs for setting graphics constants, they're typically made to send arrays, so you send like the pointer to the base, and if they're not the size that you expect, you'll be sad. So we're asserting on that there. All right, so this is proximity grid, and it's not a pointer because it is a pointer. All right. Does this keyboard have lighting? I don't remember. I don't remember if there's a way to turn it on. I think Casey said it does, but I don't remember how to turn it on. Anyone know how to make a Keychron Q3 lighting happen? Function plus tab. There is no function on it. Oh, over here. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. Okay. So that doesn't actually help that much. Because we're running ceramic keycaps, and the light only gets through them a little bit. It goes around the keys much more than through the keys, so it actually makes them a little harder to see. Sad. All right. What are we looking at? State.ocean. Okay, yeah, that's not. This is buffers.buffer. Make interior particles ocean. Did we... Okay, I think we just moved this. We inlined it, right? Um, wait. I'm looking at two views of the same. Dude, my brain is. I guess I need to eat food. Like, I'm just staring at this and I'm like, wait, those are those lines. Um, okay, wait, where. What did we call it? I'm not used to the key spacing because I type on my laptop all day. Really? No, that's not right. Like, why is software so bad? Oh, I forgot a star here. That's why software is so bad. But I've had other. The reason why I said that is I've had experiences with this program where, like, if you add a new file after it started up, it's like already cached what the files are and it doesn't notice. Like, there's a Windows event that tells it there's a new file and it doesn't pay attention to that. So I've had that happen before. So when this didn't work, it reminded me of that, but it was really my fault this time. But that's the problem with software is if you've experienced it being the software's fault, your trust goes down. And then when there's a problem, you don't know where to look for the problem. Whereas if I trusted this implicitly, I would be like, oh, I probably made a mistake and I would have noticed the missing star faster. Okay, so we called it ocean flow. I just put the word flow on the end. That's all that happened. So now, even after we get this compiling, it's still not going to work because of all this commented code out. But like, maybe we can run it, or maybe we'll be sad because something is null, right? Let's see. How do you mess up a grep program? Oh, people do it. How am I liking ceramic keys? I like them. Okay, so here you go. We're running. You'll notice we have those ripple particles still, but we don't have the color particles. Except we kind of do. Oh, we do have, okay, here's what's going on. We do have the color particles. So the particle source is actually routing to the shader, which is great. But they're all the same kind. We don't have the big fat particles that go in the river. And the reason we don't have that is because we're not uploading the buffer. We're not even writing into the buffer. So when we go to sample the buffer, I guess you can sample a buffer size 0, or maybe we have some if statement in the shader and we're just returning 0. And 0 happens to produce this particle, right? But, we're not done until we get the thick THICC particles. But if I go here, it's hard to tell that the particles are there. Hopefully they are. Let's see. They might not be, right? They are not. So we don't know why. But there was some weird behavior about this before anyway, and so we're going to get to the center of it. But I wouldn't try to debug it while we're doing this null buffer thing, because who knows? Who knows what the effect of that is? So we're just going to continue until we get the THICC particles here. And then that'll be good. So the river rendering also uses this to know. We're going to have to look at that too separately. Because, like, there's some code that makes it go continuously instead of one square at a time like that. And we have disabled that, I believe. I think it's because we're allocating what did we call it? The flow data. Well, no, we're maybe never even allocating that. Yeah, this is where we would have. All right, so let's start doing these. I actually want to get up and get some water, but this one's easy. This is just a little two-liner. Here, where we allocate, we actually want these to be the same size. Grid.num squares. So this is our like software copy of the flow data. All right. So we're just going to do that. Look how long it takes to do. Like, what is going on? Oh yeah, it's not on state. It's on buffers. That's a different place. It's the whole point of this refactor. Look how long it's taking. Oh my God. All right. I will get some water. I'll be right back. Are there any questions about what we are doing? Those questions will take priority. And then maybe other questions. Maybe Windows Defender. I mean, no, like, here's the thing. I've done all the things I usually do. Right? So you go here and you go like settings and then exclusions. And like I've got the executables and the folders, which is good enough on other machines, but here it's not working. Although I do think I think if I shut this off, it maybe does get faster. I don't know. Let's see. This could be like, oh, no, it didn't get faster at all. So like it's not Windows Defender, which is what you would usually think it is. So the question, I think one of my friends was like, okay, that CPU has so-called efficiency cores, where by efficiency they mean really slow. So, you know, maybe the compiler is getting assigned to those when it starts up, and it's not a long-running program, so it doesn't switch to non-efficiency cores, right? So that could be it. So the next step is to turn off the E cores in the BIOS and see if this problem stops happening. All right. I'm missing Jeff's awards. Who won? Who won? Did I disable specter mitigation? I mean, specter mitigation shouldn't slow us down by 400%, I don't think. Anyway, questions about what we're doing? All right. I also have a kind of not ripe banana, which is the only kind you can really buy in the USA anymore. So, rip. The main optimization was just to move all of the particles into one big buffer. I mean, it's not just an optimization. It's also just trying to get something that behaves in a sane way. Because it doesn't make sense even to run all these for all these different ocean maps because like the design of this system is that literally there's a little window that follows the camera around. And the reason it was on different ocean maps was because that was what the old system was before I came in to rewrite it. And, it kind of worked because most levels just have one ocean map, right? So we're just making it make sense, really. However, in addition to making sense, it should go faster, yes, on levels that have a lot of ocean entities. So like the overworld has 180 ocean entities. And we're probably, come to think of it, I think I vaguely remember that when we had that make particle source thing, I think we only did it sometimes or whatever. I don't know. So we're just getting rid of all that weirdness. Sometimes you let GraphViz do visual auto layout of trivial text descriptions of dependencies. You're partially a visual thinker, so it can help a lot. I am completely not a visual thinker. I don't have internal visuals, so maybe I'm not the right person to recommend to you what to do. For me, definitely I know what all the dependencies are. Here's the thing, though. Like, I don't need to know all the dependencies at once. It's like working on a game at all, right? Like, this is a massively complicated program. And in principle, I understand the whole program. In practice, I don't see most of it at any one time, but I don't need that to work on it. It's the same with dependencies. Like, you can't work on 20 things at the same time. So as long as you know what the biggest, most important dependencies are, those are the ones that you just need to do. And then each of those might have a dependency or whatever, and you work on that. And I don't need the global picture, really. But again, I'm a completely non-visual person, so what works for you may be totally different. Marketing bullet point, over 180 ocean entities. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Okay, we're still making this dummy ocean. Whatever. All right, so now we need a per frame update for this thing, and that is not being called anywhere. I'm going to call it per frame update ocean flow buffers. And we're just going to pass the manager in, because there's no reason, like, for the init, I don't know, it's fine, but we might change the API later. So, because there's only one of these. Did we put an initialized on here? No, but we did put, this means there's no flow data on the level. Okay, so now remember when I said I wasn't sure about the need for all the dynamic dirty flags. Only iterate each ocean if it is marked dirty at top level. We don't have such a dirty flag right now. So we're just going to iterate every ocean map and look at all the river squares, which, you know, in the overworld, most of the ocean maps don't have any river squares. So this won't be that slow, but still, it'll be cleaner to do it that way. So we're going to get it working. And then after it's working, there's a no check-in, right? So we're just going to go for ocean manager by type ocean map, right? And then what is it called? Live. Okay, state ocean state. Why is there an ocean state? Because somebody else put that there. We might optimize that out. There's just one per ocean, so why isn't it just on the struct, right? Okay, so for tile state.active river tiles. All right, so this will be 0 for most ocean maps. There won't be any, right? If tile.dirty yeah. So for now, like, we're just going to do this to get the global dirty flag. And then later we'll, like, see we're breaking as soon as this. So if it's not dirty, we'll just continue now and skip this ocean. Otherwise, we want to put the lotion in the basket, right? And I guess we will say, we'll factor this out into a function. Copy ocean into flow data, right? So ocean and buffers. Let's pass it's not really necessary. Okay, so we're going to do that. That's that. We're still not calling this. So someone remind me to call this. Okay, so for this function, copy ocean into flow data. You know what? Buffers should go second. This is kind of stupid. No, we won't even pass it. You know what? We won't even... Fuck it. Because we can get from the entity to the manager. That's just a thing. And then this is just this line again, and it's fine. Like, I would rather do that than redundantly pass parameters that might be different from each other, inconsistent. Okay, so what do we do here? Well, it's an interesting question. So you might want to overwrite the entire ocean just to be safe. In fact, I think we do. But we have to make sure that we clear tiles where a flow is stopped, right? Okay. We just want this to work, right? We're just getting it to work. So, for tile state.active river tiles, we do some stuff, right? Okay. Active river tiles is a hash table. All right. It has an index. So we need to get the ocean value. Get ocean value. How do we get that? packed. Where did packed come from? Packed. Oh, we just iterated. Okay, so we're going to say packed is ocean.ocean values tile.index. All right, we're going to assert. Now, we don't need to assert. The array subscript will assert for us. I don't know. Sometimes I'm too used to C++ still. Okay, so we get the ocean value. We decomp it, right? Packed is like packed for a reason, so that that doesn't take any memory. Because that's what goes in the undo system, basically. All right, so we decomp that value, and we're going to have a vector 4 up here. Okay, and we're going to do this, right? Oh, fuck. I forgot about the flow updaters. Okay. It's probably fine, as long as we update it in the right order. Okay, the flow updaters are the things that make the squares go continuously instead of square by square. Well, they do other things too, but yeah. Okay, so if there's no ocean present, we set W to -1 because we allow holes in the middle of the ocean now. Okay. And we just set that. All right. But magnitude needs to get computed as well. And that goes in the W coordinate. Okay, so actually that's the flow updater part. All right. Okay. So this is just this slightly differently. And all right, we want to set dirty here, but we can do that down here, but it's not on state anymore. It's on buffers. All right. Okay, I probably forgot to switch some more stuff. Nobody ever has real programming questions, hardly, when we do these streams. I used to get frustrated many years ago because I would try to be very communicative and all that, and like nobody would understand what was going on after hours. Okay, flow. Oh. Right. Okay, so this is the... You know what? We won't worry about this. Again, this is a sub piece of the problem. Okay. I was just thinking about something else that has nothing to do with what's on screen. There's a whole other thing that I forgot about traveling between floors. That's fine. That's what that like last ground layer index was for, and we can just reset that. But okay, we actually need to do this. I deleted this before because otherwise we'll copy stuff from like other vertical layers and it won't be good. All right. Dyne 54, undeclared identifier ocean info. So this is just value. Do we have other ocean info? Wait, we also have, right. So this is now redundant with this. Okay. Let's just have this be about XYZ, right? And we just set the magnitude down here instead of having it. Yeah, so that's better. Magnitude, oh yeah, v.w, duh, dir. Why isn't this Minecraft? I mean, all the text characters are in little blocks that are the same size as each other. That's basically Minecraft. I don't know why I didn't sell this to Microsoft for $2 billion. Looks a bit crazy. What does that mean? Well, you see, different programming languages have different things in them. All right, well, we still do not see anything. Oh, you know why? Remember when I said, hey, chat, we're not calling this yet? Remember to make me call the per frame update? Guess what we're not doing? Guess what we're not doing? Guess what we're not doing? Update all ocean ripples. I mean, I guess we'll do it here. We still may not see particles. Hey, okay, we see them. They're in a little bit the wrong place. But they're there. So, like, we're sending data. That's, you know, it's like when you're learning Vulkan and you get your triangle on the screen. We've got a triangle on the screen. It's the wrong color. It's not even like, it's not like you can really see the shape at all. So it's like scrambled, right? Which usually means we have our dimensions wrong. Like we're still using the ocean dimension somewhere or something. Okay. That also reminds me of something. So in the editor, your level can change size. And like, you know, we have this buffer that's sized to the level, so we need to handle that. Okay, so we're going to have a force dirty, force everything dirty, right? And we're going to do that, right? And we're going to pass this in anyway, just in case we want it. Because if we do a per square dirty, okay. So the reason that I made this now is so we could check we could make the buffer creation here. We don't want to recreate this. I don't. Maybe. See, we don't actually, but yeah, we're gonna factor this out. We're gonna say size buffers. Oh wait. You know what? Yeah, actually, all we want is this here. All right. Okay, hold on. Do we have grid? We didn't. Grid is manager proximity grid. If grid.num square is not equal to buffers.flow data.count. You know what? So we actually probably don't need this because we'll just allocate it the first time we get later there. And this buffer actually also gets sized when we like call the buffer update. This gets resized as part of like the API there. So this is fine. So we're just saying like, hey, if we change size, resize, and then force everything to change. Dude, this is taking so long. Oh my God. All right. Now we want to look for why are that might be why the dimensions are wrong. So let's run, but I don't think that'll have fixed anything. In fact, maybe I goofed and we don't have memory now because I forgot something, but I think we're fine. No, I totally broke it, guys. Massively, massively broke. Okay. Oh, you know why? Because we check this. That's always false now. This is not a good early out. So, like, let's just go back to this old chestnut. This dirty tracking is getting hairy. Not really. I mean, have you ever worked on anything really complicated? Sometimes you need some variables. Okay, so yeah, we're still looking at just what we were looking at. Now, here's the interesting thing. Okay. Oh, actually, right. So if you check it out, our particles are now going west of the ocean because that's where the edge of the world is, because this goes out to the edge. So that's actually correct in some sense. But it should line up with the river still. And the fact that it doesn't is a problemo. So I know what the problem is, though. I can tell you right now what that is. The problem is when we iterate over the river tiles and get the index, we're also, this tile.index is equal to this it index. This is just the index in the active river tiles array. And because we were pasting code in, I was just like, hey, let's blah, blah, blah. This doesn't make any sense. We need to get the index in world space of the current square. All right? What does that mean? It means we got to do some stuff. And I do this elsewhere, but I don't remember. I feel like I've done this like 3 times in the past week, but it's fine. Here's what we're going to do. If ocean.orientation.w is not equal to 1, log error, because the only way it's a unit quaternion, so the only way w can be 1 is if it's the identity. Let's do this with theta target anyway, because this is 2D. It's easier for people to understand. This is just a 2D rotation of an entity, right? Log error. We do not handle rotated oceans yet in copy ocean into flow data, but we can if we have to. Okay. So the deal is, I just want to be quick here, and I don't want to do a bunch of slow crap. Although I could, it would be easy to do a bunch of slow crap. We're not going to do it yet. Again, simple. We're going to say integer math for now, because the entity transforms are all in float, and you like rotate and whatever. We could do. No, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it the other way around. Let's make it work. And if we want it to be really fast, we can make it fast. We're about quality tonight. That's how I feel. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the slow version first. We're going to object to world space literally every time, because it's easy to understand. We're going to say world position is object to world space, ocean local position, speed. We can just get the world space position of the corner and iterate square by square with delta vectors. That would be a lot faster. Or just do that by integer vectors in world space, which is better. Yeah, that is better. We're also going to have an incomplete handle wrapping. Actually, I don't think we allow oceans to wrap around the borders, so this is actually fine. Okay, so we get a world position. We don't know what local position is yet, so let's figure that out. In grid-like, we have index to coordinates. We need to get this from the ocean grid, right? And the current index, which is like tile.index. All right. So we do that. Actually, no, I said it index was the same as tile.index. That's not even true. It's 2 different indices. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to say local position is a vector 3 and this is just in the space of the ocean. This already handles adding the corner and all that. So this is a float vector. This is in world space. And now we want to get the index in world space. And this also uses a grid, the same grid data structure, right? And I don't remember. So we have position to index, yeah. So world index is position to index manager.proximity grid. And my mind just blanked because I was thinking about something completely different. The world position. There we go. Okay. And then we wait 8 hours for this to start my compiler. Dude, what is even happening? It might just be that like file access is really slow for some reason. I don't even know. Hey, everybody, look. It works the first time every time. A Wiseman score weekend on the compiler, on the compute. Oh, on the computer. Yeah, the reason I haven't looked at it at all is I just have way too much real work to do. When I'm not gaming, of course. I had some gaming streams over the last couple nights. Somebody was writing an operating system in this language. I don't know if he's still going on it. I don't know if it was like a short-term project or whatever, but somebody has, a kernel that you could boot up from scratch. It's pretty cool. Could OBS be slowing down the compile time? No, I mean, it could be kind of, but it's also slow when I'm not streaming and just working by myself. So I don't know what's going on there. The shell being slow to launch a process. I don't think so. Well, that might be true, but that's not the only problem, because not only does it take a long time to print that message out, the part after that also takes longer than it should, right? So it's like everything is globally slowed down. Like my laptop does all this in 2 seconds, and it takes like 8 seconds on this machine. Like, why is this desktop 4 times slower than my laptop? Okay, so we have the flow updaters missing. Oh, and so you notice here, we've still got river particles, even though we erased it. And that probably could be handled by the flow. And then I reset, and we've got them. So that part of updating the state is not working yet. So I guess, right, the undo code is not writing those variables. So let's make that work. One thing at a time. We'll start with the easy things, or maybe easy things. So the goal is, after I push this in and we make a river in the second column, and then I hit reset, I want that second column to go away. First column, different problem. All right. So in undo, we have an ocean change, right? And when we process an ocean change, we set manager undo did ocean change. And so we could just set a globally dirty flag. See? Okay, so first of all, calling this map, I don't like. I switched to ocean a long time ago. Like, I tend to have a typical name that I call a particular entity type. And map just is too confusing with like texture maps flying around and stuff. All right. So maybe we add the dirty flag onto the ocean state. But the problem is we're not saying which square is dirty. And maybe we actually don't want to do that right now. Let's not track individual dirty squares anymore. Let's just say entities. All right. So we're going to say ocean.state.ocean values are dirty. Maybe that's the wrong thing to say. What did we call it? Okay. I'm pretty confident we don't, like, sometimes if I don't think we want to use some code, I'll comment it out, but I'm not sure, so I leave it, and like, no, that can go. So we could just say flow. This is the global one. We could just set that. You know what? No, that means the buffer is dirty. That's a different dirty. Okay. Here's the thing. How do we tell it? Yeah, let's just say this. Instead of using the word dirty, I'm going to say that, right? Just because, like, then or my brain at least remembers that one is one thing and one is another thing. Of course, you get the opposite problem that I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Compute flows does this. Okay, so when is this called? Init ocean. So this is really this actually gets called per frame. Should be called like ensure ocean is up to date. Don't want to do that right now. All right. Oh, wait. If this is initialized. Oh, never mind. This comment is not right. Comment is not right. I don't know why I was thinking that it was. Okay, so who else is calling compute flows? Manips. Ocean undo. Oh, undo already does. What? Okay, we could make sure that that actually happens. All right, well, hold on. So why then, if we call compute flows, that's a very not great name, but whatever. This should say update the active river tiles. Let's not capitalize that. Okay, this ocean values assert has nothing to do. That has to do with all the code that we moved out. So that's fine. And then this will move up to the top because this is maybe more about just making sure that the ocean values we're about to inspect are up to date. Okay, so here's the problem. Actually, I don't know what the problem is. Like this actually should work. There's a case in which it wouldn't work, I guess. And that's if there's no ocean flow anymore. Like no check-in. We need to ensure we recompute the buffer if we undo or redo to a state where all ocean flow is gone. So there would be 0 values in state.activeRiver tiles, but our buffer is old and has flows in it. All right. Again, that's a no check-in because it's a corner case and we're working on something more fundamental right now, which I don't even remember what we're doing. What are we doing right now? we're, oh yeah, we're making undo. We're trying to figure out why that's not doing the thing. Let's make sure we still compile. Dude, it just sits there for like 5 seconds and doesn't do anything. All right, 1380. Right, because I changed the name of this variable and didn't get them all. You know in Pokemon they say gotta catch them all? I didn't do that. I remember when I didn't know what Pokemon was, okay? Okay. Great. So we still have the problem because I didn't fix anything, right? So I will show you, I will demonstrate that we still have the problem. So reset, hard restart removes everything. So that's not an undo operation. All right, so we do this, we undo. We still got the big, thick THICC particles. So that didn't work. Trying to get rid of my extra window here. That's all I popped that up for. Let's get rid of this. Too many icons. All right. So, bro. All right. So we're going to see what happens when we do. So we set undo did ocean change. All right. And then in theory, we call this. So let's make sure we call that first of all, right? So we're going to do this. And we're going to go. Is it in game? We factored some files around before to make it easier to split the engine for other projects. And now I don't know what subfolder things are in. Okay, post undo ocean fix ups. So we want to make sure we even get here. Dude, why is it so hard to figure out where to click, by the way? All right, so I'm going to hit reset. Boom. Okay, we're here. Is undo did ocean change set? Yes. Okay. We're computing flows. Do we get here? Yes. Let's take a look at info. This is what InfoWars is about debugging. Dirty true. Okay. So that's fine. Now when we go to modify the buffer, there's multiple things that could be wrong because we have our buffer in memory and then there's the one that is on the GPU, right? So are we not updating the buffer in memory or are we not saying that needs to go to the GPU? So let's find out. I guess we're still in this file, right? So so when we get here, we'll see what happens. All right. So we've done the undo. We're down around to rendering here. We got a dirty tile. Great. So now we're copying ocean data into flow data. And we know that this function works because that's how this stuff got there in the first place. So, and then down at the bottom, we're saying flow data dirty. Maybe we're not checking that correctly. Or I mean, maybe, like if we want to get really picky about it, we could make a map that only has one square of flow, right? I kind of don't want to mess up our nice map here, but we could do that. And then we could like kill that flow. I don't know. Let's see. So this is concerning me, but I don't think this part is. Oh, you know what? So the problem is it's not just about erasing some squares, because at least one square changed direction and stuff. Dude, it's just so hard to click on stuff in this program. I need to switch to rad debugger. Okay, direction west, ocean present true. This ocean ID is not supposed to be initialized. Who goes west? I mean, I get, like, the problem is... Oh, you know what? We never set tile.dirty to false, by the way. So, like, the individual tiles, oops, that we are checking, we never actually do that. But that would cause the inverse of this bug. So we're not, that's not actually related to our solution. Okay, so we get, I mean, all right. And then we do this. Well, let's just see. Do we get here for a dirty tile? No. Really? Oh. But wait, we should have recomputed. That's weird. All right, here's what we're going to do. Oh, by the way, we get here every frame because we're not clearing the dirty flag. So let's just see. North, west, east, north, south, north, 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 north. The question is... Yeah. Okay, guys, here's just the stupid problem. I should have thought of this. We're iterating over active river tiles. What's in active river tiles? It's the places that currently have ocean flow. This array will not have anything that's not a river. Why was I doing that? Because I was thinking about some other code that I wrote, I guess. I don't know. I was a little bit confused. We don't need to iterate over the active river tiles. Those are used when drawing those river rectangles, which later are going to be more sophisticated, right? What we really want to do is just packed, for packed, and packed index are in ocean.ocean values, right? We just want to iterate over the ocean values. And There we go. Oh, now there's no tile. We're just going to do this every frame until we clean that up. We're just going to put the dirty value on the ocean map itself or something like that. I mean, this luminary shade account is old, so I don't know how to delete that one line. All right. Oh my God. All right, well this is fine though, because we did want to iterate over every tile. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. 4 tiles. This code was sort of doing 2 things. Let's actually back out the thing that I just did. What we're going to do before this, because if there's an active river tile, it won't have direction none, right? So we're going to do this. That was just a little bit of an artifact of like how the code had, it's a little bit of hysteresis in the code. Here's what we're going to do though. We're just going to lay down the baseline with a much faster, simpler loop, and then we'll just draw the river tiles over it. And that's good because we also want to do like flow updaters as an overlay, right? So, kind of, I get, that's kind of gross. But anyway, for value index state ocean values. All right. Just write a baseline that we will overwrite afterward with river tiles. Because the thing is, most of the ocean is background, and right now we want to write the same vector for all of that. All right. Well, let's just do this. v.w is if x value.ocean present, then 0 else -1. -1 is just sort of like a hack value that tells the shader that it's a hole. All right. Lol. And then oh, dang it, dude. Oh, we got to do the world index thing again. Okay, this is horrible. What I'm about to do is horrible, and you simply should not do it. All right. All right. But I'm just trying to solve the problem. So the problem with this two pass situation is we're doing world space stuff twice, or maybe it's fine. The reason it's fine is because this is almost all the squares. So we could just factor it into a function. Like this doesn't run very many times compared to this. We'll see. All right, so I just pasted it, dude. Sue me. All right. Wait, we don't want... Okay, this is packed and packed index. We don't even have to do this simple test, right? To do a simple ocean present test, we don't need to unpack the value. But for now, we are just getting this working. Okay, so we're going to decomp ocean value. Really, we just need to check one bit. We did that on stream the other day, I think. Bro, I have to just sit here and wait for my computer. Okay, index to coordinates, packed index. Isn't it simpler to iterate over tiles that have been undone? Not really. Like, so when I'm doing this, I'm not just handling undo, I'm handling everything. There's a lot of things. There's like forward modifications that happen. You know, there's flow updaters that move around and need to update partial things in the things, right? So could we do what you're saying? Yes. But that's actually trickier. Like right now, I'm just trying to get it to behave correctly, right? If it doesn't behave correctly at all, you know, all right. So now we actually fixed both of these things. So you see the old dots are going away and the new dots are showing up. Now, that's fine. Maybe I'd actually save time trying to figure out why it's slow. Maybe, but the problem is at some point, you just have to fucking put up with it. Like, it's cheaper for me to buy a new computer than it is to figure this out, right? Like, that's sad, but it's true. So, that would be my preferred approach. As long as the new computer's fast again. True. I mean, I have a computer right back here. I switched to this. I could just switch back to that. It's faster. It shouldn't have been faster, but it's faster. I probably will do that, come to think of it. Like, the problem is... So, here's a thing that I'm kind of a specialist in. Is like how to get a lot of projects done with a very small number of people, right? Like the compiler has been largely me, and then Raphael's helped a lot. He hasn't written as much code as me, but he's written a lot. And then, you know, there's been a couple of smaller contributors over time that have phased out. But we have like an entire C++ replacement language with that many people working on it. And we also made this game, and we also made a new game engine. And yes, those three things took like freaking, I don't know, if you subtract Braid Anniversary, like 7.5 years or something. But like, who can do one of those things in 7.5 years, right? Like, if you... I mean, Google could probably make it wouldn't be as well designed, but if they decided to make a C++ replacement language, not something as simple as Go, but like, you know, something that has all the features that we have, an equivalent feature surface that we have, how many engineers would they have to put on it to get it done in 7 years, right? Like more than 2 is the answer. So I don't know. Well, to get that and a game engine and a game done, right? So they had Carbon. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know what the status is of Carbon. I guess they're doing it still. Um, I don't really know anything about it. I saw the talks on YouTube. I didn't watch the talks. I just saw them listed. I bookmarked them, and then I just was too busy to go watch it. And the reason is just because I don't like C++, so I'm not that interested in a slightly cleaner C++, right? Because I think the fundamental ideas that C++ has about how you're supposed to build software are wrong, and so a better version of those ideas is still bad. That's what I think. Um, but for people who use C++, that would be an improvement. So they already did that with Go, and it's probably taken them 2,000 engineers. Well, I don't know how big the Go team has been. But anyway, the point being, none of that matters. None of that was actually my point. My point was just you have to have certain tactics when you're running with very low manpower, right? Because if you don't, you just get stuck and you don't make progress. And so, like, not even bothering to stop and figure out why my computer is slow is part of that. It's like it sucks, and yeah, I will try one thing, like I said, which is I'll try rebooting sometime and going into the BIOS and turning off the efficiency cores. And we'll see if that fixes it. And if it does, then I learned something, right? But if it doesn't fix it, then the computer goes in the trash, is basic, because I just I can't deal. Well, okay. It doesn't go in the trash. What happens is it goes on the side, because here's the thing. It is possible that it's actually the compiler is doing something wrong or bad that only exhibits on a small number of machines, and this happens to be one of them, right? Or whatever. We haven't heard complaints from other people, but most people don't really know how fast their program should compile, right? And when your Rust program takes 5 minutes and this one takes 6 seconds, it's like, well, that seems pretty fast. And it's like, no, it should take a third of a second, right? It's an order of magnitude off. But people don't know. So we might not be hearing complaints about things that are actually happening. So I wouldn't actually trash the computer. I would put it on the side, but I would switch to something else as my main computer, right? Isn't there a way to assign cores to a process? I don't know how to do that. I'm not aware of one. Certainly when you create threads, last I checked, there was very deliberately not a way to say this thread runs on an E core versus a P core, right? I don't know if the process equivalent of that is different. Use core director to disable E cores. All right, I will look that up. Core director. Keep specified processes from being scheduled to E cores. Can I run this without rebooting? Can we do it right now? Or do we have to like reboot some shit? There was a fix to the Stalker issues. Yeah, somebody like turned off the ability of Stalker to use all processors but one, and then it fixed the stutters, right? Unreal Engine 5. Hopefully it doesn't force reboot us. If the stream stops. All right, add. Can I just put this? Right? I don't know how it does this because I don't know what the API is. All right, so is this in effect right now? So if I do this, There we go, enforcing on 1. It's still taking forever though. It like literally didn't get any faster. So that's not the problem if this is actually working. So that's about as much as I'm going to look into it. Probably. You can actually see eCores working. Let's see. Oh, wait, what? Look at that. I thought you were enforcing that we're not on the eCores. So why are the little leaves all turning green? No wonder we're so slow. Why does this not work? Do I have to click OK? It said enforcing. Does anyone know? Methods. I don't know. Is that going to help if I click all the methods? I am now a method man. No, it doesn't matter. Does the compiler spawn sub-processes? No, but it launches a lot of threads. As you can see, you see many threads go to all the eCores. Okay, I'm just going to go to BIOS and turn it off. This isn't working. However, are you guys betas? You could be included. At least we're visualizing that that's the problem. I guess I could have done that in the Windows thing, but like we see the leaves. We see all these things running on the leaves. Well, we don't know for sure that this is why it's slow, but it probably is. Right? So I will try turning them off in the BIOS. And we'll see what happens. Maybe press OK, but it said it was doing it. It literally said it was doing it. Now I've got this crap thing running on my machine. I'll click OK just for you. Let's see what happens. Nope. Still doing it. Just put star. I don't think enforcing it is working. Let's even click OK. We're going to go back. All right, ready? Doesn't work. We'll go click all the methods. This is why I don't bother with any of this bullshit, guys. This is the perfect demonstration why I don't do any of this. Because none of it ever worked. You spend days figuring out why it doesn't work. This is not worth my time at all. It's not my fault that Intel broke everybody's computer. I don't want anything to do with this, and I don't want to waste days of my life trying to figure out what the hell's going on. The visualization was useful, though. But like, this is where we're at. This is why I'm so frustrated with software and computers generally. This is where we're at with computers, is like, oh, the maker of your CPU shipped a feature that makes your computer suck more. Hey, somebody else made a program to fix that. Oh, the program doesn't work, right? Nothing about this whole situation works. My computer from 7 years ago is better. It's not 7 years, 5 years ago. My computer from 5 years ago is better. And I'm expected to waste all this time to make this computer as good as that one. What is going on? This is all bullshit. It's extra complexity because now everybody has to worry about E cores versus P cores. And like, why? Whose idea was all of this? Computers optimized for Office. I bet you that Office 365 runs slower on this than on my old computer. I bet you. Core Director site says a process can still use the E cores if its thread count warrants such. Yeah, that's completely useless. I don't know why I wasted my time with that. Gosh, no modern parallel software launches threads. Like what? What? Weren't I running on a Threadripper? Yes. All right. So at least we have a good suspicion of the problem, and I will try shutting it off in the BIOS, which I've heard you can do, but I don't even know if that's true. Can you force no threads in the compiler? Yes. Will that make it even slower than it's currently running? Probably. Like, why would I do that? Why are you even suggesting that? What is going on? Like, this is how bad computers are. It's so fucking annoying. This is the problem. But every time, even like as 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I was given speeches trying to tell people how bad software is. And like they all thought I was a fucking idiot because even back then AI was generating really impressive pictures and like solving Go and stuff. And so even to the lay technical person, even to like Google employees, they all think software is doing great because AI is advancing. And it's like, no, that's a different thing. We're talking about software quality and like nobody understands. So I think I even got disinvited from like a moderately elite meetup because the host was like, thought I was an idiot after trying to say that software was declining. So, you know, it is what it is. At least one E-core will remain enabled. Why? Why? If that's true, I'm just switching back to the other computer. Why don't you want to use E-cores if all the P-cores are being used? Okay, because they're slower. Okay, think about it this way. Imagine there's one performance core, one regular core, and one E-core. What does E stand for? I'm not thinking of something good. But, you know, no, not efficiency. We don't want the real word. We don't want their marketing propaganda word because it's not efficient. Europe. Yeah, there's one European core, all right? So there's one regular core and one European core. Now imagine your program has 2 threads or 3 threads. 3 threads, okay? The first 2 work on stuff at the same time as each other in parallel. And the third one is going to wait on the results of the second one. Okay? So you launch the 2 threads. One of them goes to the American core and finishes really quickly. One of them goes to the European core and takes 5 seconds, right? Because you're not allowed to have energy in Europe, and the bananas can't be curved and all this stuff, right? So now the third thread, the first thread finished on the American core. The American core is revved and ready for another thing. But that third thread, it's waiting on the result of the second thread. The second thread is trying to do business in Europe. And so the third thread has to wait 5 seconds, even though the American core is ready for it. That's why it's bad. E-core should not be used for video game. Well, you can't turn it off. Or maybe you can with some other way. I don't know. But people are telling me you can't even turn them all off. That would have been a better explanation if I had a diagram to draw. But I don't. Okay, so we're going to do some other no check-ins. No check-in. We are still doing So some of these I'm going to leave. We're going to finish programming soon, and we'll do some gaming on Indiana Jones. So I'm just going to leave notes for tomorrow. We are still doing every tile as dirty flags on every tile. Simplify that to ocean map only at this point? ? Okay. All right. What are some benefits of the European core? You're not allowed to have guns. You have many more years of forced immigration, unlike the American core, where we're going to reverse that. And you're not allowed to have self-esteem. You're not allowed to be physically strong and have muscles unless the core is in Croatia. Like all the clothes are cut for dudes who do this, and you can't have energy. Like energy use has to go down every year. E-waste core. I didn't see that one, but e-waste core is a good one. Patriot core and yeah. Dudes in Croatia are jacked. I don't know if just their water supply doesn't have the poison chemicals in it that's killing everyone's testosterone or what. But or whether it's just the culture that you're in the gym all the time. But dudes in Croatia are in shape. Google Croatian dude shirtless. I am not going to do that. Thank you. All right. So before we push pause on this for now, we're going to factor this down to world index is get world index from ocean.grid, packed index, and manager.proximity grid. All right. So we're just translating from one grid to the other. That could be done in integer and whatever. Maybe it's not faster on a modern CPU to do it in integer. It's fine. All right, so get world index local grid local index int world proximity grid, something like that. Oh, that returns an int index to coordinates local index. Okay, local position, world position is oh shoot. Local entity, because we need the transform of the entity. Local entity, world index, return world index. Okay, so get world index. We're going to pass the ocean here. And then we're going to do that again down here. Boom. Did I have this speed note in get world index? Yeah. All right. I almost want to rerun that core assigner program so we can see all the leaf cores go. 974 proximity grid given grid like. Oh, yeah. We didn't want this. We wanted grid like. Proximity grid is a grid like, but we want just a grid like. Listen to those leaf cores going. Packed index. I didn't rename that. Oh, wait. Hopefully I didn't break something. Did I finish Elden Ring? I mean, I got up to the, there's the really big elevator and then the planes on top of that. I sort of quit around there. And the planes on top of the really big elevator. Is that 1/3 in? I don't even know. It was like quite a few hours in. It was like 30 or 40 or 20 or I don't know. It was hours in. But yeah, okay, so we have successfully, to recap, we have successfully converted this system to do particle. Let's just look at what it looks like on the overworld, by the way. I'm actually not sure that this is going to work. But we're not spamming all these buffers and stuff per ocean map entity. Yeah, it's not. So we also have to debug this. Oh, you know what it is? There's that thing where we pick the dummy ocean entity. That still might be being used in some way. And that's like an arbitrary entity somewhere on the overworld, right? So we're probably testing the dummy ocean for visibility. It'll be something like that. But so among the things that we have for the cleanup is one, get rid of the dummy ocean entity thing. Two, the per square z value that we were talking about. So to go back here, what won't work all of a sudden is if we take one of these and like shift it down. See how the particles are like at the same z value, right? they're floating. And now it's because there's only one z value. So per square z value, which sounds annoying but is fine actually. What else? We have some other ones, I'm sure. We have our no check-ins sprinkled around the code. But we've done actually the big structural part. So that's what's great. We've done the annoying part. And so we just have these other details, I think. I don't believe there is any core conceptual problem in what we have done. So that's great. And, I'll probably finish that off in the morning. Will I stream it? Maybe. Yeah, see how I feel when I wake up. i3s don't have European cores, but i3s are like the very low end. What puzzle game should you play next? You should play Taiji next. Why do the particles sometimes run off the edge of the path? So right now we're just spawning a particle and having it go forward, right? And again, there's two different types of particles. I assume you mean maybe the color particles, because the ripples are like a totally different thing right now. Anyway, right now we just sort of start them and they're basically going in a straight line, like plus a little bit of bobbing and stuff. And if they go off the river grid, they just go until their lifetime expires. And so there isn't... So like I was saying, they're like closed form braid particles. So there isn't really like a constant simulator on these guys to trace them around the path, which is why with the ripples, so this might actually be if we actually want particles that live a long time and follow the course of the river, we might do that with a different system like the one that's doing the ripples, but that's still probably okay because that system doesn't have that many particles probably compared to, the background of a full ocean with however many we're going to want to do. I don't know. Who knows? But the point being, we just spawn it and let it live out its life, and then if it goes too far, it goes too far. And I think that doesn't look good. Like even if it doesn't go off, like it's kind of cutting across a square where it goes a different direction, right? And so we might try to put a little bit more stuff. So we could like sample to see where it is right now. And if it's off the ocean, or even if it's in an ocean square where the direction is different from the one where it started, it could fade out really quickly, right? And that would just sort of fix that problem. That's something we can still do with the closed form particles, right? Now, ideally in places like this, you would like to see a much more continuous, like them going around the curve. And neither the ripples nor the visual particles do that right now. The ripples probably will go around the curve and that'll look better. The color particles, I don't know. And part of the reason is like, I just don't know. Like the system for ripples right now is just messing with the normals, but it will probably write in some foam or something into the color buffer. And so then how are these color particles going to work? Maybe they're just more like, because the reason they're there right now is because I want this river to feel volumetric. I don't just want it to feel like, painted on top like it does right now. And so maybe these are just like really subtle things that are moving and they're more like water discoloration than coherent particles, right? I don't know. I don't know where we're going to end up on that. So we're figuring it out is sort of the answer. It looks like it's offset or biased toward... Yeah, it goes off the side in the direction that it's traveling, which is not a surprise at all. Yeah, and the reason it's not always happening is just it's very standard in a particle system that you roll random properties for the particle, like color, obviously, right? Size, but also lifetime, right? And spawn position within the square. So if like we're not spawning at the start of the square, like along a line, we're spawning within the entire two-dimensional square. And so if you spawn toward the front edge of the square and you have a longer lifetime, you're more likely to run off the edge of the subsequent square, right? So that's basically, so like if you look here, all the particles you see going off the edge here, none of them are from this square because these are all going south, right? They're all from this square because this is the one that's going east. And they just happen to be the ones that live long enough to go out there. But yeah, there's totally things we can do about that. All right, we are going to become a gamer stream. I'm going to go get some more water. Thanks for coming by. We don't do that many programming streams, but we'll do more because I enjoyed it today. It's just I got really frustrated with doing programming streams as well for a long time. It's just hard to explain why. And maybe I'll get frustrated again. But this one was fine, so we'll see. So I'm going to take a short break and probably get another banana, a non-European banana. And we will... I'm sure we have to compile some shaders or something here, right? All right, back in a minute. Okay. Is it true Europeans get arrested for posting memes? No, because the UK exited Europe, and I believe that's a UK problem. What is happening? Oh. I actually wonder if literally any bananas at all are grown in the USA. Maybe around Miami. Are any bananas grown in the US? It auto-completed that. Hawaii. Oh, that makes sense. Florida. All right, there you go. Educational stream. So, guys. Oh, it's running install script. Great. Great. PC gaming. This game needs a controller for best experience. All right. We have a controller that we often use, but I don't know where it is. You know, we use it, and then we don't use it for a while, and it kind of like creeps off. Okay. Now I got to figure out where to plug it in, because there's never quite the right plugs. I want a PC case where like the whole top of the case is just USB plugs. Like I want a 10 by 10 array of USB plugs. Not this like 2-plug bullshit. All right, well, it already messed up my other monitor, so I can't read chat anymore because Bethesda is a small indie company that can't afford to make things run well on PC. What other games did Machine Games make? I don't even remember. Of course, I can't read your... What is it, Skip? I don't want all these logos. Why did I buy this game? Jesus. All right. I'll try to get chat back. Imagery warning, photo warning. Wolfenstein, right. Is that supposed to be Indiana Jones? No. That he's whipping a German guy or something. Okay. Like, they couldn't have licensed the Harrison Ford likeness for this game, right? Like, could I just play the game? Well, that's no Harrison Ford likeness. I mean, why? Let me just try not playing with the controller. Because I'd rather mouse and keyboard, and it's working. Look in a puddle of water. Okay. Doesn't sound like Harrison Ford. Stunning gameplay.
Senor, the Jovitos could be watching us. Jovitos don't like intruder.
Relax.
Dude, just take stamina out of these games or make it tremendously longer. Like, how does Jungle Adventurer not be able to run downhill for more than 15 seconds? It's terrible.
This was Forrestal's favorite.
Why did they leave these things behind?
I think they were intent on coming back.
Alright, I've got a weppy wep. I want to slap someone with a pan. Like PUBG. Yeah, I don't know what developers' problem is with stamina in games.
The Jovitos are near. Poison is still fresh, 3 days. They're following us.
If they knew we were here, they would have killed us already.
It's so weird because, you know, these meshes, obviously the face meshes have good detail and stuff, but like, it's not even 5% as expressive as an actual actor. So like, why are we doing all this? I guess because it's Indiana Jones, right? Bethesda's a small indie company that cannot afford high quality facial mocap, which still wouldn't look good. But, you know, oh, I get to learn to climb. This is so boring. Like, why do they think that we need to do this?
This is the jungle.
This is it. This is where Forrestal cashed in.
Friend of yours.
A competitor. He was good. He was very, very good.
Senor, nobody has come out of there alive. Please.
You first, senor. Be careful.
Wonder what's going to happen there.
Senor.
So, there was a pretty good movie once upon a time called Raiders of the Lost Ark. That was like,
Get them off me.
it was a good movie. This is not as good as Raiders of the Lost Ark. Even though it's literally the same scenes.
Stop. Stay out of the light.
40 years later, we've got a soulless reenactment. No, don't touch the light. Like, I guess this is a weird exercise.
You said he was very good.
It was. Just not good enough.
You?
I guess we'll find out.
Oh, like I goofed. Oh yeah, I gotta stay out of the light because I reset the trap. That wasn't in the movie, so I didn't expect to have to do it.
Go for it. What?
Don't I have like a whip or some shit? Oh, F.
Crazy, senor.
Okay. I didn't have to let go of the whip or anything. We could have just watched Raiders of the Lost Ark. It would have been better. A lot better.
Let us hurry. There is nothing to fear here.
That's what scares me. That did it.
Like in the 80s? What year was Raiders? Like 81? This is like the best opening for a movie.
That's it.
I shouldn't have gone forward. See, I thought we were still in full hand-holding mode. This is a thing about video games, is like... They set expectations, of what you're doing, and then you can't do that and then violate the expectation. Like, if I had the expectation that I'm in here and being wary and looking for traps, that would have been fine. But I don't have that. Because the game has hand-holded me through... I thought we were still doing that. There were more. Oh, there's another one here. Alright. Tab sandbag. So, do you guys think he didn't pour out enough sand in the movie? Like... Okay. Does it make a difference? Obviously not.
Give me the whip.
Throw me the idol, I throw you the whip. Hold
No time to argue. Throw me the idol, I throw you the whip.
middle mouse. What is it?
No choice. Hurry.
Hold left. I see. I can't see the icon.
Adios, senor.
Oh. I'm tapping spacebar really hard. Grab the root. Like, why would you do this? They could have just shown a cutscene with the movie.
Adios, vida. America. Solid America.
Man, I knew 10 years ago. I learned to hate you in the last 10 years. Well, where the hell were you? Damn it, don't you leave me down here by myself!
Marcus.
What's the exit? It's like a labyrinth.
Bethesda was like, no, you need to ship that. Yeah, maybe.
Like, wait.
It's just, that was a bad idea because, like, that is one of the classic openings to a movie, and it's highly good and highly entertaining, and the FMV version is not. Or not FMV version, the
Devil.
3D in-game rendered version is not. And, you know? And people can compare them. But maybe a lot of gamers think that was good. I don't know.
Damn kids.
I mean, it was as good as a cutscene from a lot of games. It was going to be spooky ghosts.
Gotta be so vagrant.
I don't even know where I am right now. Oh, I have a little arrow on there.
All right, pal. You can't sleep here. You asked for it. Whatever you're up to, pal. It ends now.
Dude, I can't even see the buttons.
This is a museum. Careful.
Is that the best you got? Homunculus, non comtace.
I like couldn't even see what was happening there.
Indiana?
I am so ready to quit this game, guys.
I wondered where you'd got to. What happened?
Where did he go?
Who?
The giant.
I didn't see any giant.
I caught someone breaking into the museum. He was tall. He took something.
Well, did you see his face?
Scarred. Dark skin. He spoke some form of Latin.
Latin? Well, that is a novelty.
Not really.
Come on, Marcus.
That's bad writing right there.
Find out what he took.
Yes, righto. This display case has been ransacked.
The idea of someone speaking that 2,000-year-old language is a novelty.
We should look around for the exhibits that were in this display.
It didn't come across as an intentional joke to me.
An Egyptian,
Exhibits are all
obviously.
over the floor.
A depiction of Bastet.
Do I have to put this back?
Let me see here. Bastet statue goes in the Egyptian section.
Looks right, Indian.
Ah, look at this. Ugaritic letters.
Ugarit. It must be from Ras Shamra in Syria.
I don't know what the Syrian flag looks like. I guess it's that.
No, this isn't right.
Nope. Why am I doing this? This is supposed to be an adventure about a guy. Like, I mean, I guess Indiana Jones cares about the museum.
No, I think that's for something else, Indiana.
No, we should try something else.
That's not the Syrian flag.
Wonder what?
Duck one here, right, Marcus?
Quite right.
Wait. Okay. This is laggy.
Terracotta, likely Babylonian out of Iraq. No. I don't think this was a votive offering.
Agreed. So, that's where the relief belonged.
Funerary mask, Brody.
Is that solid gold? Ah, well done, Indiana. So, is everything back?
Like, why does Ubisoft think you need a tutorial after a tutorial about picking things up?
SW-003. What was that?
Siwa expedition. He took the cat mummy, Marcus. But why?
SW in the coffee.
I feel sorry sorry for whoever has to clean up this before Monday.
I got adventure
Remember that time
points.
the doctoral students snuck pigs into Dawson's office?
Ah, yes.
Guys, I have 15 adventure points.
You do look worse for wear, Indiana.
Get,
Must be something here to patch me up.
I'm sure the nurse won't mind you helping yourself. I have a splitting headache after burning the midnight oil last night.
I told you, you didn't have to stay.
Nonsense. I wouldn't abandon a friend in need.
yeah, so pick it up.
Okay.
There's a dude on. There's a maniac on the loose. He could be around the corner.
Perhaps I left a
Like what?
Maybe the thief dropped something when he left. Let's investigate the broken window near your office.
Marcus, help me out here.
Coming, Indiana.
What will I do with all these adventure points? I'm sure there's an adventure
No,
points
no.
shop.
Don't mention it. I think we should figure out how he got away. Maybe check where he got in.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Huh.
A pendant, is it?
Must have got caught when he left through the window.
Let's retire to your office and figure this out.
Good idea. Somebody sure went to a lot of trouble to steal a cat mummy.
It was a beautiful piece. You found it in Siwa, didn't you?
Yeah, 6 weeks ago. That looks Catholic to you, doesn't it?
It's the sigil of the Vatican Secret Archive, if I'm not mistaken.
This isn't just about a cat mummy, Marcus.
What are you going to do, Indiana?
I'll need my classes covered, of course.
Indiana,
Dawson seems the likely choice. Maybe Kittredge?
oh, look. Someone's left you a gift. How long has that been in there?
I haven't opened this suitcase for a year. Not since Cairo.
It's a beautiful journal, isn't it? Who's it from?
Doesn't say.
What are you packing? And just where are you planning on?
Indies
Only
canceled.
the essentials.
I see. You know, you can talk to me about Marion.
There's nothing to say, Marcus.
She rang
Let's see
me.
here.
Did I tell you that? 2 months back, when you left for Siwa.
Dude, I got adventure points.
This will be a nice gift.
She was at her wit's end with you. I didn't know what to say.
It wouldn't have made a difference. She had her mind made up.
I can't bring that? Okay. Do I not bring my suitcase? I'm looking for adventure points.
Just what I needed.
I need to use detective mode to read the designer's mind about what I'm supposed to pick up. You're not going to say some condescending thing about what to pick up? You'd guess his hat. Where's the hat? Is he not wearing his hat? Oh wait, there's a dot over here. No, that was my dot. Never mind. Where's his hat? Is it back out in the other room where he got like decked? This is a really exciting adventure game that I'm playing called Indiana Jones and Find the Object. The only clickable is the book. I mean, I tried like... all it does is it forces me to put it back. I like can't... Now, I don't know what it's doing right now because it should be in inspect mode, but the camera's in the wrong place because video games don't fucking work anymore. But it doesn't let me do anything. Am I like soft locked? Do we have an objective? Cat mummy photograph. Okay, so that's the issue. It's not the interactive book. It's the cat mummy photograph. They were standing here when they were talking about it, but that's just cutscene, so I don't know what that means. All right, that was... Can't leave without my buddy Superfly.
Was setting out on another foolhardy. Though I must admit I am intrigued. Why would the Vatican want your cat money?
Exactly.
He's a fucking
There's only
Templar.
one
He's
way to
not the
find out.
Vatican.
Come now, Indiana, you can't travel to Italy. The college would never sanction leave for this. Not in the middle of midterms. I mean...
Marcus, what's done is done. Maybe I shouldn't have gone to the Siwa expedition, but it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
And when you got back, she wasn't there.
I gotta go.
You can't just run away from your problems, Indiana.
It's not running away from the problems. A dude showed up in the museum.
Watch me. On next plane to Rome. Stop. Need help. Stop. Meet me in Vatican. Stop. Indy.
My friend, stop. Vatican not safe. Stop. We'll wait for you at village steps. Stop. Subtlety is a virtue. Stop. Antonio.
He received a telegram while on an airplane. Do they know how telegrams work?
Village steps. Should be on the other side.
He got it over Wi-Fi.
Chi sei? Che cosa ci fai qui?
I'm just a tourist, pal.
Dritto in faccia!
So he can just magically block. Dude, fist fighting in games sucks.
Should be on the other side of this fortress.
All right. How do I get my whip out?
E tu chi sei? Che cosa ci fai qui?
I'm just a tourist, pal.
Press V to parry. I tried pressing V.
Paura della... Mi gira tutto.
So you basically have to parry. And it's on V, which is like a really awkward button.
So do you.
We might have to remap that.
La gente non vuole farsi male che si levi di mezzo. Stava per venirmi un infarto. Carica di ragnarti e comincia a caricare. Ai soldati di stanza in Vaticano servono scorte.
All right, I thought these guys were going to come up and take this vehicle, but that's not what happened. That guy's just dead now. Do I climb over the fence? Doesn't seem like it. Do I go in the building where the lights are that has no doors? No. Like, literally, what is even happening right now? I feel like I'm playing a game from 2002. Is this a door? Do I search the dude for something? there's barbed wire. Can I mantle? Oh. Okay. Okay, that didn't work. Find a spot to attach your whip. Oh, like up there where the dot is.
There we go.
Yeah, let's climb up in the light, by the way. Let's do that. We could have climbed up right over here. But we're just going to climb up in the light.
Non capisco che cosa vuole Mussolini dal Vaticano.
Pare stia cercando qualcosa che la Chiesa ha nascosto.
E il Papa ora è disposto a farci entrare? Come mai ha cambiato idea?
Non hai sentito? Il Papa è molto
Where am I supposed to go? That way?
malato.
Like
Ora
I
Ventura
don't know where I'm trying to go.
e lui e Mussolini si
Well, I guess that gate? Okay, that's not what I meant to do.
non mi piace il suo.
Fuck. That was not right. Metal Gear, okay. No, you didn't see me.
Ho le traveccole.
Adventure points.
Ottavia. Mussolini's propaganda mouthpiece.
Someone needs to make a new Thief game that's good, dude. This reminds me of Thief. Backward off ledges, okay.
Which locks do you open? What's this? This will come in handy.
Dude, the fact that escape does not close the journal is very annoying. I thought I was supposed to be meeting a guy in town because the Vatican was too dangerous.
Letter from a Vatican priest.
What happened to that?
Qualcosa? Se ti ha reso migliore la nottata? Sì.
Where was that big candlestick I was looking at? So this is basically a Thief game, is what we're saying. Bro, alright. Alright. That doesn't sound very quiet. Oh, there was one right there.
Turn around.
Down you go, pal. All right, fella. Where should I hide you?
Like, away from the light. That's for sure. Okay, so just so you know, I am not a trained adventurer. I could carry a body a long ass way without being tired. Okay? And I know this because I do it to live people regularly. Like, actually, getting them up off the ground would be the hard part, but once you're carrying them, it's pretty easy. So, how do I know this? Because I lift people and sometimes throw them in dancing. You don't think you could pick up a body? You can. It's just getting it up from the ground because it's like a totally limp dude. It's like a sack of potatoes to start, but once you get it up, you could walk with it a long time. Now, if I were actually going to do that, I would actually like probably prop him against something, like drag him up a little bit. Once he's like propped up in like a sitting position, it's very easy. Just so you know. I mean, that looks like a whip location. I'm standing right in a frickin' light. So do I have to drop this now? How do I drop this to climb? Obviously, this is a climb ledge. Maybe not. Bro, how is that not a climb ledge? Metal gear. They don't hear this, bullwhip cracking. Don't worry about that. Okay, this is so dumb. I can't even believe it. Scripted. I didn't bring one of the things because I thought it would interfere with climbing.
Non puoi stare qui. Sei morto, caro mio. Fallo a pezzi. Da mammina. Chiuso. Sì. Back away. Hai paura di me?
Dude, this game.
Hey! Back off!
Maybe I could learn something from this. From the Vatican pharmacy.
Yeah. So it's like Zelda where your weapons always break.
Fascists shouldn't be trusted with money.
I got $20.
Another time, chum.
This is hyper gaming right here. I got a billy club. Okay. Cool. I found the exact right spot. Item limit reached. What item? Oh, that's like a surgery kit. How is my... Oh, is it like I would get a bandage out of that maybe? And it means you have too many bandages? How did I equip a bandage again? Alright. We can do it that way. There was a hotkey for it before, but I don't remember what that was. Biscotti, $80. So this basically is a thief game. Which is interesting. Yeah, I might be just about done playing, guys. Really not my kind of game, is what I would say about this. Okay, what am I even trying to do right now? Did I got like some other key? Is this like back at the start? Reach the top of the Castello. Oh, I can F. I can pay respects here.
Getting closer. Nice view.
Now that looks pretty good. That's a good looking scene for 2024 computer graphics. Very accurate bird poops.
Merce confiscata dal Vaticano. Tutto a posto, non preoccuparti.
They sure do leave a lot of brooms laying around. Right click Z is lean. That's so bad. How do I drop him? Dude, I don't know how to drop him. Okay. Good thing that dog cannot smell me. So, like, the good Thief game was Thief 2. Because for like 2/3 of the game, you were sneaking past robots. So it was like obvious why they were kind of dumb.
Keep your distance, pal. All right, frail fellow, let's go.
That was great that I just yelled at him. That was good times.
Eccoti qua.
Rest, would you?
L'ha battuto! Levagli quel sorrisetto!
Easy clap.
Ecco dov'è!
Cowboy!
Avvertimi quando poi sul serio.
No, I wanted to whip what's happening?
Vuoi che mi fermi? Accidenti! Prendi!
Give it a rest.
I forgot how to parry V.
Ah, bella ripresa!
Easy clap. All right. That's Indiana Jones in the Great Circle or something like that. All right, before bed, let's do a little bit of hyper gaming. True hyper gaming. Do I think the state of mind you get on weed could be beneficial in any way? I mean, I doubt it. Well, I don't know. I'll just say there's been plenty of indie developers who do a lot of drugs, and almost none of them have very impressive output. That's what I would say about that. But at the same time, if you can use something like that in a limited way, that can just put you in a different space, right, where you're thinking of different things, maybe that's fine. I honestly, it's been quite a long time since I had any real mind-altering substance experience. I would mostly do meditation for something like that now. So, yeah. All right, this doesn't go down there. It also doesn't go there. So it's like that. I guess we don't know this. Drugs make you feel like basic ideas are great. Yeah. Quite possible. Quite possible. We got a kind of a hard one. Okay, this has to be a wall. Oh, well, no, yeah, okay, because you can't do that. So that's a wall. So there's only one here, which means that's a wall. Which means there's only one other wall in this row. But like, I especially don't have experience with like pot or whatever. That's been something I never really liked because it just seemed like it would make me stupid, right? So I especially cannot speak to that. If you want reasons to do it, then I'm sure you can find reasons to do it. Here's one. It can't be these three. All right, so there's one there. Which, okay, so now there's one or two here. If there's two, it can't be in either of these because that's the 4. If there's one here, it can't be in either of these. Right? So if this is set, then it's illegal no matter what, interestingly. So that's not set. All right? And now it can't be that, so it's got to be that, right? Easy game. Easy game. Now. Okay, this can't go up and around like that, so that's got to be like that. Oh, duh, we knew that once we did that. Okay. And that's there. And then we've got a square in one or the other of these. All right, that's got to be like that. That's got to be like that. Easy clap. Okay, let's look again. We've got, wow, we keep getting hard ones. Okay, that's a wall. This has to be, it's probably this top row. Probably, but we don't 100% know that, I don't think. This one, cannot go up here, so it's like that. And it cannot go left, so it's there with that. Okay. So I think we know that twos are like this because there's only room for two. So there can't be an exit out that way. And we just don't know whether these other twos are here or here. No, they can't be there because there's only two. So they're here and there. And then the exit can't be here because otherwise we wouldn't have four. The exit can't be here because then we couldn't have two. So it's there. So now the other one that's here is in one of these, which means it's open on the other side, which means that's like that. And so there's two more, and it can't be these two because that would leave that square illegally open, so that square has to be filled. Which means that, which means that, which means that, which means those, which means that. See? Okay. Cool. Cool. Easy clap. That's our dungeon. That's our dungeon. Random. Oh my god! Okay, well, we know... Okay, this maybe does go... Okay, well, we can't cross the streams. All right. So for this to be a 7, they actually have to meet together and go through. I believe that's the only way for that to happen, but I'm not sure. But I believe that God is telling us that this is how it goes. right? Oh, we knew that 6 from the beginning. That's fine. That's like that. That's like that. Easy clap. Okay. Bam. Like that. And then also like this. And then like that. Okay, I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared. Because these have to come together, which means that's the only exit, but this says 6, which implies another exit. I don't understand. How is this possible? Do I have the room wrong? No. Neither of these rooms can be downward or leftward of where they are. I don't understand how this could be 6. I understand how it could be a lot less than 6. Oh, never mind. I'm being stupid. Wait. Why? Oh, because there's 1. No, that means... Okay, no, I got this wrong. This is like that. This goes out there. And that's one of the things. And then this one goes out somewhere. I don't know why I misdid that, but I did. Oh, look, there's a 0. We like zeros. They give us a lot of information. Good thing I fixed that error. Oh, we got a gimme. Got a gimme right there. And then you can't come around and go there, so we got that. What else do we know about the slimes? What am I missing about the slimes? Okay, there's one hole in the bottom. It's not this. Could be any of these other ones, though. But now there's only one more here, and it's there. It's one of those, which means that and that. All right. Now, there's only one more hole here in this column, and it can't be that, because you wouldn't be able to get to it. All right. Could it be here? Maybe. Could it be here? Maybe. I don't know. It could be maybe anywhere else. Now this is filled. Okay. All right. That's there. That's like that. That can't be the gap. So that gives us those. All right. Cool. Whoops. Misclick. Mischief. Okay. Okay. No, we don't know that. So that's there. 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 Easy clap. We got slimes. We got slimes. All right, we got a whoops. We got a 0. Clap, 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 clap. Wait, we don't know that. That was me being overzealous. Okay, we can't go there. Okay. Oh, the treasure room has to be right of the 6. So these two, you can't split up the 2, I don't think. Oh, you could do that. You could do that. But if there's one there, it can't be there. And if there's one there, there has to be one there. If there's one there, we're illegal. So we've got this. Okay, and then we just don't really know if it's top row or bottom row. Okay, we've got one hole in this 6 column going left. It's not there. All right, and then there's one more wall. It has to be here because you can't hook around and do that. So that's like that. That's like that. That's like that. We get that. Now there's one hole in this row. It's not here. And then we know one of these is a row and one is a block probably. So that's a block. Because one of these is empty. Okay. There's one more block in this column. It's not here. Because that makes that illegal. So now there's 2 here. Okay, I think the other 2 blocks here is just telling us the room can't go up this high, right? Because you could put one there. The other one has to be here, which means it's not treasure room no matter where it is. So it's probably like this, and then like that with the exit out here, right? That seems plausible. Okay. Whoops. Easy clap. Random. 0. Like that gives us all the information. I'm gonna need you to get all the way back off all this information. Okay. Look at that. We're just... Whoops. Oh, no. Oh, no. I messed up. Wait, why did I put... Yeah, no. I super messed up. All right, let's reset this. Let's reset this. Okay, we know that. We know that. We know that. Oh, you know, the room could be like that. That's probably what I messed up. But we know, regardless, that this is like that, and then we just don't know those. Oh, the room can't go here because of the 6, so it's got to go there. Gotta go there. All right. This is probably better, isn't it? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I didn't put walls around that guy, which we could have done a while back. Easy clap. So Telos 2, I don't know. I think many people would probably enjoy it. I did not think the puzzle design was very good, if I'm being blunt, and I am. Right? Like, I thought the puzzle design was the weak point of Telos 2. There were some puzzles that were really good, but there was just a lot of, like, just kind of meh puzzles in it. Like, they didn't have really a philosophy of what's a good puzzle. And so ultimately, to me, that was the weak spot of the game. If you are not picky about puzzles in the way that I am, which probably most people are not, then maybe it's great. But yeah, I did not like the puzzle design. I did not feel... Oops. I did not feel that... Well, didn't feel a lot of things. Is the circle just a metaphor? I assume the circle means he ends up traveling all the way around the world. But if you're going to start from New York to the Vatican, I mean, I assume the Great Circle is like, you know, where the Da Vinci Code is hidden and all that. You know what I'm saying? I know you know what I'm saying. Okay, this can't be going anywhere. So that's got to be the treasure room right there. Easy clap. You know, sometimes we just defeat every challenge that the universe throws at us, including Great Circle related challenges, you know? You know? You know, you wrote a long article about your issues with Talos 1's puzzle design. The designer came in to reply that he disagreed. Yeah, well, I mean, so on the one hand, That's totally fine. Like, that's why we have different designers, right? So different people can do different things and have different opinions. On the other hand, I mean, I think especially if you're going to talk about puzzle games, it becomes frustrating if we're not building on what we know as the medium, right? And I mean, I guess he would say that he is. I don't know who the puzzle designer is, honestly, so I'm not dissing anyone. I'm just saying I didn't like the puzzles. So, I don't know. I mean, it's fine, right? I mean, the game, people like the game. It's all you can ask for. Well, not really, but it's all a lot of people ask for. First person actions puzzle solving. I mean, you would say Portal and Portal 2 are first person action puzzle solving, and a lot of people like those games. So I don't think you can write the genre off. I mean, Portal and Portal 2 are probably the most successful puzzle games, like computer puzzle games, like ever. So, I mean, you're allowed to not think they're the best games, right? I definitely have issues with Portal 2 especially, but you can't like have a theory that writes them off. you know? You know what I'm saying? That is not at that point there's just something wrong with the theory. Yeah, I mean, making games is so hard. I used to be less mellow about this, but at this point, like, especially back when I was doing Braid and The Witness, it was like I was working so hard to do something new that I felt very frustrated when other people in the industry weren't doing that, because it was like I'm trying to tow a very heavy weight of, like, whatever, like, behind me and doing it myself. But, people do what they can do, and not everyone agrees with you and all this stuff, right? Um your games have influence and they influence other people, and so you're not actually doing things by yourself no matter what. Even if the influence is like in a different direction than what you would have done, which it usually is. It's like, hey, you had influence. So I just feel differently about it now. Like, especially now that, I mean, Andreessen tweeted this today. He put the date at 2012. I think I would start earlier, but like the USA has been, especially, maybe Europe for longer, has just been under a demoralization campaign. And just like everything is weaker because of how we've been demoralized, right? And so, and making games has always been hard, and it's like kind of harder than ever now, which is crazy, but it is. And so, anytime someone manages to make anything reasonable at this point in 2024, I'm just like, all right, good for you, man. Like, I don't care if it's up to my standards or I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, just the ability to contribute in a strong way is just seems very valuable now in any way. Did I ever play Valheim? Oh, Casey and I played Valheim, and we were very frustrated by that game. Namely, the stamina of that game. We hated the stamina in Valheim. It ruined the game. We literally quit the game because of it. Okay, so if this goes down here... No, all these have to be filled. I hope that's not a mistake right there. Can you elaborate on why it's hard to know? Well, if you're an indie team especially, it's like very hard to have a company in a city because that's just not the way things work now. So you either have to be like one person working with people on the internet or whatever, small group of people. Like we're fully remote, and it just causes a lot of problems. Like everybody's brain is fried by the internet now. You know, like there's just a huge cost that everybody's paying all the time. Okay, I messed up. Let's pick a different puzzle. There's just a huge cost that everybody's paying all the time, and most people don't realize it. And it just dealing with that alone is very difficult. And I've seen the difference. Like I used to run our company in San Francisco, and now I run it remotely. And also years later when people are mentally different, and it's tremendously less efficient to make video games now. Like insanely, it costs so much more, and the quality is lower unless you fight and fight and fight and fight and fight. And I've had so many problems with like people who would be good and smart just like kind of just don't want to do it anymore. And that's what, if you don't understand what I mean by demoralization, like that's part of it. Is like people don't feel that it's worth working hard or like doing meaning. They don't have a, like if you had a relatively simple, no, let's not say simple. If you had a relatively unexamined idea of meaning, like before all this demoralization started, which included COVID, but like COVID was one of the biggest parts of it, but by no means was it the only part, right? So if you had a relatively unexamined idea of meaning before that, it probably got shattered in all that, right? And then either you had to figure out something and fix that, or you didn't, right? And most people didn't. And like we already had a meaning problem before all this, but I think it's just even more dire than it ever was now. And you know, on an individual basis, there are plenty of people who have. Oh, I messed up again. What's going on? Oh no, I didn't. I thought yeah, whatever. There are people who deal with it, but like a large percentage of people haven't. A lot of people are just looking to check out and sort of do this remote work thing where they get paid for not really doing anything. And if they have a shot at doing something meaningful, right, that doesn't really compute anymore, even if people would tell you that it does. And it's just an issue. Like, you have to search extra hard. Like, we used to be able to just kind of hire people and hope they would work out, and they would sometimes, right? And now, especially since COVID, the track record of hiring people that you're not sure and let's see if they work out, it's basically been 0% for us. Since it's a stark difference. And part of that's being remote and the fact that the human brain doesn't work the same under remote conditions, but shifting to this more remote world is part of the demoralization, right? So it's hard. It's very difficult to deal with. What was a source of the demoralization? I'm actually not sure that I understand the bottom. It's like been incredibly pervasive, and you have to ask why, like what's been happening, right? Um, so a bunch of the stuff, I haven't watched the whole interview, but Mike Benz on the Joe Rogan Experience was talking about how the U.S. propaganda apparatus was made for foreign conflicts, and then was turned back on the U.S. at some point, around 2015, and that certainly explains a lot of what happened. But I don't think that's I think that's far from the only issue, is what I would say. You're a huge fan of remote work. So remote work works for some percentage of people. It's fine. But that percentage is a relatively small minority of the population. That's just how it is. So if it works for you, that's great. I think it probably would work for me if I were an employee of somewhere else. But part of that is also like I've built up other skills about understanding context of what's going on that just help you be better at remote. Like there are remote skills, right? And I know this because once upon a time I was a contractor, and I wasn't as good at remote skills, and it bit me a couple times, right? And I didn't quite understand back then what it really meant, and nowadays I do. But I don't know. It's just a lot harder. That's all I'm going to say. In our case, it's a lot harder. That interview is still on your to-do list. I don't know which one you mean, but fan of remote work in some kind. Well, Raphael's been doing remote work very effectively. So, for example, right, he's been working on the compiler, and the compiler is really complicated, and with not even that much communication, he's made big contributions. And I'm not saying this to like embarrassingly puff him up on here, but it's just to say it's a good example of somebody like it's actually been working. But also, he's also doing his own thing, right? And is not an employee of the company and all these things. So it's just a different scenario is all. But it just, in terms of just hiring people full time, especially, I mean, also hiring people contractor or part time is a lot harder, but hiring people full time is very hard now. It's very hard. And, we're not in we're in sort of a tighter money situation right now, but once we get out of that, I tell you guys, I'm going to have learned from Elon Musk and be a lot more insistent that people get the hang of things quickly and don't jerk around and wait, it could be that. I'm just going to be a lot more of an asshole when it comes to firing people quickly, is what I'm saying. And I'll be we're going to add, so typically when we would hire people, we would do verbal interviews with them, and then there would be, just a contract, and we keep our contract short. They're like one page. I think from now on, there's going to be a cover letter to the contract that says a bunch of stuff like, look, we're here to do meaningful things that other people would not do if we didn't do them. And that involves working it doesn't involve crunching necessarily, but just working a normal full-time amount of time and caring about what you do and expecting that to be high quality. And we'll fire you pretty quickly if you don't do those things, right? And that's just going to be the understanding going forward. I've been way too nice. I think people on the internet don't think of me as nice, but when it comes to Oh, someone's not really performing. How many chances do we give them? Way too nice. And I've been slowly dialing it back over time, but like that dialing back has been too slow to keep up with the change in the environment. So I'm going to be way more of an asshole. That's just how it is. Hand them the Mr. Beast Employee Handbook. You know, I never read that. Um, I know it was going around a while ago. Oh, wait, this goes out here, so that has to be walls. Duh. Oh, and it adds up to 6. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow, like, when a lot of people are all like, oh, check out this thing, I don't exactly trust it. Not because it's the Mr. Beast handbook, but because, like, I just don't trust that on the internet, right? But I should check it out at some point. Also, I'm a little cynical about those things. So, like, a long time ago, the Valve handbook went around, and it was basically a marketing material, and, you know, you could have taken issue. Wow, look at this. Dude, I haven't seen this before. Look at this giant area that all has to be walls. That's so cool. All right. You could have taken issue with the difference between what that handbook said and what was actually going on. I think. I am told, right? I've never worked at Valve, but I've heard. I certainly know people who have worked at Valve. Okay. There's one more. It's got to be there. Okay. That's obviously filled in. I was like staring that for a minute, like, what? What? IQ of 7 sometimes. All right. NPM install. It's unreal that Valve never went public. I mean, they still could, right? If they wanted to. I mean, I think what I would suspect is that they feel like they can make plenty of money, or maybe more money than going public, just privately, right? The problem with going public is now you have shareholders who want to tell you what to do, right? And if you think you're smarter than the average ambient shareholder decision, then you know, maybe maybe you shouldn't go public. Right? I mean, they've certainly, like, you can't claim Valve hasn't made a lot of money, right? And so why exactly go public? But also, they also could, like, if they ever decide that that's the wrong call, they still could do an offering, I'm sure. If Valve goes public, Steam is toast. What? Why? Steam is where 99% of Valve's money comes from. I mean, I would imagine that when Gabe and Jay retire and all the senior people, whoever you want to pick as being in that group, I'm not sure why they wouldn't go public at that point unless they had people they trust to, like, pass it on to. Which maybe they do. Again, so, you know, I know one senior person at Valve vaguely, in that the last time I hung out with him was 6 years ago, right? So it's not... Please don't take anything I'm saying seriously. Yeah. Okay, where's this thing? It's got to at least... Okay, it can't touch this guy, so it's got to be down here. Like that. And then this guy can't feed directly in here, so that wall has to be like that. We got that. We got that. Easy clap. Guy on the right has to be approached from the top because of the 6. Oh, did we have a dot up there from a long time ago? Oops, but I figured it out another way. Oh, this looks hard. Let's do some easy ones because I want to go to bed and wake up tomorrow, and maybe we'll stream again and do the things. I don't know. That's not okay. We got a 0. We got skeletons. Check it out. Oh, we got a 1. Boom, boom. Well, we don't know that. We got at most 2 here, but maybe at least 1. So if there's a leftover, it cannot be there. It cannot be there. Often it seems not totally worth doing these, but I think sometimes it is. So, okay, that's treasure room. Like that. And it can't go down here, so it's there. So there we go. And then here, 1 block could be there, can't be there, can't be there. Can't be there. Could be there. So it's one of those. Seven. Oh, we've got the 7. Easy clap. And that's got to come out there. Well, there's 1 hole. It's there or there. Okay, this has to go through here, obviously, which is one of the 6 holes. So there's 1 more hole up here somewhere. Okay, so either there's a thing here and this goes that way, or there's a thing there and that goes that way, right? If the wall is here, it fills this 2. If the wall is here, it fills this 2, which means the opening from these treasure room is one of these 2 squares, which means we can close the other ones. Boom, boom, boom. See that? Can't be there. Can't be there. I guess we could have done that a while ago. So there's nothing here, which is that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that was easy. Boom. See, that was a correct deduction. Next. Oh, this has a 7. That's walls there. Oh, that's a 1. Oh, check it out. Check it out. 0. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So there's a 1 hole here. It's got to be there. Boom. Check it out, baby. Okay, so we got that. We got that. Got that. Yeah. Oh, the 7 was figured out a while ago. All right. Easy. I had no idea what you meant when you talked about the song. What? Somebody missed the Portal 1 ending credits? Are you kidding me? I actually don't remember a fire thing. Anyway. Let's pick easy ones. Easy one. Oh, we got a 0. That's great. Oh. 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 And then like that. Who knows which way that goes? And then there's 2 treasure rooms, which means the 7 has to be like out here. Wait, okay, this can't have 2 exits, and these have to join together to go out the 7, right? So it's like that. And then one of these is the exit, which means all those are closed. And those. Hopefully I didn't. Oh, look at this. Look at that. It's the gift that keeps on giving. What are we even talking about with these other squares I've been working on? Oh my goodness. All right, well that's figured out. Easy clap. Oh, look, a 0. Oh my god. Look at all the monstros. Oh, it's crazy. Wait, we don't know that. Okay, treasure. Treasure. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. All right. Easy clap. Fire scene is a transition from the testing chambers to the in the wall. Wait, he quit there? What? What? Did he think that was the ending cutscene? What are you talking about? Wait. No, we almost... See, normally you would fill that in, but the treasure chest means you don't fill it in. Easy clap. Was when you descend into fire and die. Okay. Well, that's too bad. That's too bad. Did you like tell him that there was more to it? The ending of Spec Ops is when you put down the controller. I played all the way through Spec Ops, and I don't remember how it ended. I mean, I remember the basic idea, for sure, but I don't remember how it ended. No, oh wait, no, I actually kind of do. Okay, I messed up this puzzle, guys. I'm gonna hope that that was just a mistake right there. Although I don't think it was. I think we're fucked. But this has to... I think this is a wrong solution. No, I remember some stuff about how it ended for sure, but... So do we have a wrong solution here, or are we savable? Whoops. Let's find out. We're savable. Awesome. Awesome possum. All right. This has to go that way. Has to go that. Treasure rooms are too easy sometimes. Wow, someone's racing down the really little road where I live. Look at that. Look at these guys. Look at those guys. All right. So one of these is the exit. And it could really be either one. What do we think about this? What are we missing here? Okay, one of these has to be the one in this row. One of these guys. Because they can't both be here. Right? Which means all of these are open, which means that's the exit. That's what that means. Right? I hope that wasn't a wrong deduction. I hope that wasn't a wrong deduction. Got it. That's almost 372 wins. Now it's even closer. Danny O'Dwyer said it was my favorite game of 2024. I mean, maybe it gets better. I don't know. Maybe we need to go back and play it again later. But, like, it just felt like Bad Thief to me. You know? But yeah, I didn't play it very far, so maybe it's good. It didn't seem to be selling that well for a Ubisoft game. I'll say that. Like, I looked at the number on Steam. Maybe I looked early. Let's see. How many reviews? Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. It's got 2,000 reviews on Steam. All right. On the other hand, Pillars of Eternity 2. Wait, why does it say Deadfire? I don't even know. It has more. It's on Game Pass. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, maybe the Game Pass deal pays for the game and they're happy with that. I don't know. I don't know how much Ubisoft gets for Game Pass for an Indiana Jones game. I imagine it's a lot of money. I mean, I could see, like, if you never really played Thief, how that could seem fresh. But in Thief, you have all these way more tools, right? You had, like, moss arrows, and, like, noise arrows are better than throwing bottles, probably. And arrows, and fire arrows. And, like, the sound, there was, like, meticulous attention to the sound. And you had a lot of different, like, enemy types. You didn't play Thief, so maybe you like the indie game. Yeah. I mean, Thief, don't get me wrong. Thief and Thief 2 are probably not really playable by modern standards. Like, I remember playing them a long time ago, like 20 years ago, and I was still like, oh, this is unplayable now. Right? So if you play them now, it's like, oh my God, right? but they were really good at the time, and like you could really get into them, you know. You know. Not an easy one. We're very tired. We want easy ones. Easy. Easy ease. You got tired on level 2 of Thief, but still had fun. All right. Like, Thief was definitely... I definitely played it in an overly conservative way where I'm just creeping around, like, all the time. But the game encouraged that, you know? You know? Easy one. Oh my god, 3 chests. So really the only way for this to work... Oh, no, that's not true. Can't be there, can't be there. It's got to be that. Right? I mean... That implies that, because... Oh, dude, I screwed up. Oh, no! I screwed it up. Random. Random. Oh, we got slimes. We got slimes. We got slimes. We got slimes. Wait, did I just goof that? Okay, like that, like that, like that. Okay, we got slimes. Can't possibly do any of that. Okay. Did you just zipper up that last column? Boom. 0. Treasure chest. Treasure chest. Boom, 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 boom. Gotta... I mean, I guess this could go up this way. I don't know. 7. No, it can't. No, it can't. And then we go this way. We go there. We go there. Okay, okay. All right. I'm picking up what you're laying down. Wait, no, we don't know that. Okay, so one of these... Okay, that's like that. Great. Easy clap. Oh, look at that. This one looks hard. Random. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, baby. We're just doing the dots. We're just connecting the dots. We didn't even bother to do the 0 yet. Jeez. Jeez Louise. All right. Boom. Yeah. Whoops. No, that is filled in. That's like that. That's like that. That's like that. That's like that. Easy. Easy. What an easy game when you skip all the non-easy levels. All right. There, there, there. It's got to be like that. Then. And it's got to go like that. Okay. And then we got this and this and that and that and that. Got that and that and that and that. What else? Like that. Easy. A stealth game where you're supposed to get seen and use that to your advantage. All right. I mean, maybe. You gotta, that's one of those ideas where it's like, okay, yeah, that's a starting. Oh, I messed up. Oh, no, I didn't. It's a treasure room. That's one of those ideas where it sounds cool, but then you're like, okay, how does that work really? No, I actually did mess up. Let's do this one again because it should be easy. There, there. Right? You can't come in that way because it's a 7. Oh, I did the corner. It's not necessarily a corner. Okay, we know this goes this way. And, okay, it can't go here. So it's like that. I think I had it different before. Can't be there. So there. Oops. Oh, we got that. We got that. You just got to pay attention to the numbers sometimes. You know. All right. Boom. Silent Hill 2 isn't the scariest game you've played. Yeah, this game is scarier. Right? Kinda scary. A little bit scarier. Okay, the exit has to be down because if it's across, we have to cut back again to get to this guy. So it's not either of those. It has to go down. Okay. What else do we know here? We got 2 more here, so that can't be open. Oh, this has to go this way, obviously. That's just how the game works, man. It is how... So again, these can't both be, but that means... That doesn't tell us enough. That's like that because of the 7. So there's one hole here somewhere and one there somewhere. Ugh. We need some piece of idea. Okay, one of these is here, which means there's at most 1 block here. All right. Could it be there? Yes. Could it be there? I'm going to say no. Wait. No, because, yeah, we can't have this. Because you, whoops. If we had this, we would have that, right? Can't have that. So there's got to be 1 block over here. It could be there. Could it be there? No, because one of these has to be a block. Actually, because one of these has to be a block. Actually, hold on. Is that? Yeah, like we said, it can't be both open. One of them has to be a block, so that's open. All right. All right. All right. Great. And then one of these has to be a block, so we have these. And that tells us. Easy clap. Let's go for a super... Oh, we got super easy slimes, hopefully. And that'll be like bedtime. All right. Great. 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 Okay, we got slimes. We got slimes. Oh, the 6 gives us all that. We got the 3. All right, we got slimes going. Sometimes you just need slimes to go. You know? That's slimes. All right. Thanks everybody. We'll probably do programming in the morning. I don't know. We'll see. And thanks, everyone. See you later. Have fun with slimes.